Have a good show today, sweetheart.
Hello. Is there anybody out there? Welcome back to another live stream. Let us know where you're watching from in the chat. 3, 2, 1, go. Can you hear me? Can you, as soon as I figure out which button to push here, can you see me? And how's today going? All right. I see we got a lot of people here. A lot of people are interested in the big severe weather situation that we're going to be seeing today. But I do want to make it clear that as we stream for 7, 8, 9 hours, however long it takes today, we're going to be covering several different aspects of this storm. It's a big one, okay? So I see we got a lot of people in here from Mississippi, Alabama, Tennessee, Kentucky. That's great. That's going to be kind of our focus area today. But I also see a lot of people up there in Iowa and Wisconsin and Illinois, Michigan. We're going to be talking about you guys a lot as well because there's a big snow situation unfolding. And then also something that we really have to keep an eye on throughout the day. And I know because I see you guys, you're already sending me pictures and videos on Twitter, is the flooding. There's a lot of flooding going on right now, especially in Kentucky. So we're going to be watching that closely. We're going to try to hit all three aspects of this storm. Obviously, the tornado and the severe weather section is going to take precedent whenever we start getting those tornado warnings. But right now, we don't have any. In fact, we only have flash flood warnings right now, as far as warnings go, if you exclude winter warnings. So let's come down here and look at our severe weather situation, though. We'll start off with this. We've got 2 tornado watches. Memphis is still under a watch. This watch up here is probably going to expire at some point during the beginning of this stream, and we'll be watching to see if they issue a new watch to the east that maybe includes Nashville. But they already have issued a new watch for southern portions of Mississippi, including Jackson, Hattiesburg, Meridian, all the way up there to Columbus. And this is the area that we're kind of watching really closely right now for the potential for tornadoes in the near future. We don't have any severe weather warnings down here, but we do have a couple of really strong storms that have been rotating. You see our little rotational signatures here, but it's not been tight rotation yet. We're going to see what happens as these storms move into a more favorable environment as the evening goes, or as the day and the afternoon goes on. All of our storm chasers seem to be up here in central Mississippi, just south of Tupelo, north of Meridian. So we're also going to watch for the development of supercell storms popping up in front of this line out here near Greenwood and Yazoo City, and then moving over towards Columbus, as that's another prime area where we could possibly see tornadoes today. So back over here to the radar, we got a tornado watch down there. There's going to be some sort of watch that's issued for Tupelo, Nashville, this area within the next little bit. I don't know what it's going to be. I don't know if it'll be a tornado watch, a severe thunderstorm. I don't know what it's going to be. But whenever it comes out, we will let you know. But this line of storms is going to continue to progress to the east, and it will be entering a pretty favorable environment once again for tornadoes. So we've got to watch that very closely. And that's one of the reasons why our storm chasers are set up here in the middle. Okay, they want to be able to have the option to go north or south, depending on which mode, I guess, of this storm system does the best, I guess, if you're looking for tornadoes. So that's what we're waiting on there. We're trying to see what's going to happen. It's 12:38 p.m. on the East Coast. We've still got a couple hours before we reach prime tornado time. So we're just kind of waiting for the developments to happen. Now, as we go a little bit farther north, we have a whole lot of flash flood warnings back here in Kentucky. Elizabethtown, we've had a significant amount of rain down here along the I-65 corridor between Bowling Green and Louisville. We're continuing to see a lot of rain back there towards Masonville, and it's not over yet. I know I live over here on the eastern side of Kentucky. It's starting to flood in a lot of the local places near me. Where the weather house is specifically, we picked up 1.5 inches of rain in the past 2 hours, and all of this energy is going to start coming our way. So if you are in Kentucky, central Kentucky, eastern Kentucky, northern Kentucky, into West Virginia, and even a little bit farther south than that, because this will start to propagate a little bit farther south as time goes on, you've got to watch out today for flooding. If somebody could send me the WPC excessive rainfall risk, that'd be great. I want to show that. But there is a really good kind of chance, I guess, that we're going to see flooding today. And it's in a pretty broad area. Let me show you this real quick. There you go. Slight risk from the Weather Prediction Center for an excessive rainfall outlook. So I think that there's an area inside of this that is even more prone to flooding today. That's kind of right in here, right in Kentucky, along the border of Kentucky and Tennessee. So that's what we're going to be watching there. And by the way, please keep sending me your reports. Please keep sending me your pictures and your videos and all that stuff. It's going to help us tell the weather story today. Here's one, for example, from Lake Malone in Kentucky, from Hope. It usually looks like nothing, but now, we've got the water flowing pretty good down there. And in fact, if that usually looks like nothing, that's a pretty big difference there. So I think that this is going to continue to rise, especially this is in a kind of hilly terrain. So the runoff's going to add to this, and then we're going to have more rain on top of that. Get ready for flash flooding. And of course, beyond that, we are looking at snow as well. Now, I skipped over Indiana and Ohio here. I'm going to talk about you guys here in a second. We're going to look at the forecast. A lot of the instability for today has been eaten up by this big area of rain to your south, but there is going to be another chance for storms to fire up a little bit later, and we'll talk about that here in just a little bit. But we've got snow. It's Snowtown, baby, in Des Moines right now. It's snowing really hard. We've got some reports near Cedar Rapids of already about 4 or 5 inches of snow. It started off as snow in Chicago, and currently it's looking like it might be a little bit of a mix. I don't know what's going on in Chicago. Do we have anybody watching in Chicago? Please send me your pictures and videos as well. If you're anywhere up here in the snow, I know we've got a lot of people with Yolometers in Iowa, Wisconsin, over into Michigan. I'm down to do the snow thing today. Okay, if you guys want to send in your pictures and videos of you measuring the snow with your Yolometers or whatever you've got, we're going to put you all in a pot. And at the end of the stream, if we get more than, let's say, 20 submissions, then we'll pick a winner and we'll do one of those giveaways. We'll give you $1,000. Get out, polish the Yolometers, dust them off, and let's go measure some snow, even if it's only 1.5 inches, like down here just to the south and east of Madison. This is going to continue to pile up, and we're going to continue to see increasing levels of accumulation here in northern Illinois and southern Wisconsin and central and eastern portions of Iowa. And then all of this is going to move into central and northern Michigan as well. And we'll look at the forecast for that here in the next little bit. And so, that's what we're going to be doing today. We're going to go back and forth between the rain, the flooding issues, the tornado issue, and then the snow. And what's going to help us do that? Of course, our group of storm chasers. We've got a bunch of storm chasers out there in Mississippi today. We've got Brett Adair. We've got Chris Hall. We've got Bryce Shelton. We've got Brad Arnold, Nick Gorman, and we've got Brian Allen out there, all giving us a HD view of what's going on as these storms are trying their best to get ramped up here And then, of course, we have a stationary camera from Des Moines showing all that snow that's coming down right now thanks to this storm. It's all the same storm, one big system causing all this to happen. We've got a lot of cold air up here, a lot of warm air trying to advect up to the north. When they crash into each other, we get a big mess. And guess what? Tomorrow, in some of the places where there's a tornado watch right now, it will snow because the cold air is going to come in and kind of cause some intermittent snow showers for you as we go through the day. Let me show you. Oh, we got something here. What is this? Storm Prediction Center. Tornado potential expected to gradually increase through the early afternoon down there in southern Mississippi. So that's the latest mesoscale discussion there from the Storm Prediction Center. So we'll continue to watch that. And of course, meteorologist Andy Hill is here with us. So let's hear what he's got to say.
Hi, Ryan. Hi, y'all. Good morning. I did sleep well. I hope you all did too, if you were able to sleep. I wanted to point out there is no extreme, immediate threat here with any cells that are developing in southern Mississippi at the moment. Our closest one is some broad rotation near Monticello. I think that's it. We did this before, but I can't remember it. There's 1,000 town names, right? But what I wanted to show is if Ryan could zoom into that area in South Mississippi, probably on Radar Omega will work. There's like, I don't know, 5 or 6 just lines of where storms are popping up. And you can see them, you just draw like diagonal up into the right lines. There's so many moisture convergence zones, is what we can call those, where storms are popping up along each intersection of confluence. So where those winds come together, we see a line of cells popping up. None of them are super dangerous yet, but we're early on in the risk day. These are developing, and it's kind of impressive to me to just see like 6 of those in a row in our risk area. So we'll be monitoring those as they progress to the northeast. And we expect them to at least carry some significant potential with them later in the day.
All right. Thank you very much, Andy. Guys, that's meteorologist Andy Hill. He will be chiming in throughout the day. And of course, he's watching in the background all the different things. Okay. He's got all the radar sites pulled up. And of course, we've got the assistance of several people. A lot of people are involved in this. So when I go look at the snow, we're not like forgetting about you down here in Mississippi. As soon as something that needs my attention is happening, it'll get drawn back there. Okay. I'm just trying to make sure we're providing coverage for everybody that wants to tune in, especially the people who are concerned right now about flooding, like Melanie. Okay. Where obviously the creek's getting up pretty high there. Where is this? I don't know where this is, probably somewhere in Kentucky, but I do think that that's probably going to continue to rise as time goes on. The rain is not done in Kentucky, y'all. If you've got creeks and streams out there that are starting to rise or are starting to come up, thank goodness it's daytime because you can see it happening, but you need to go ahead and start getting ready to get to higher ground because, all it takes a lot of times whenever the creeks and streams are swollen like that in a hilly terrain area like Eastern Kentucky or Tennessee or anything like that, all it takes is one more good burst of rain to change everything. When the ground's already saturated, when the rivers and streams are already swollen, it doesn't take a whole lot to take it to the next level, and all those valleys and areas start filling up with water, and what used to be a road is now a river, and you can't get out, you can't get away, so just make sure you're ready for that. And we've got a Yala meter submission from Matt Cole here from Lincoln, Nebraska. It looks like it's hard to tell because it looks like some wind blew some snow up on the Yala meter here. But I would say that we're looking at least 10 inches of snow there. So thanks for sending that in. It's raining hard here. We can hear it on the roof. Lots of snow pictures coming in. Thank you guys for tuning in. Go ahead, Andy.
Oh, Ryan, another thing I wanted to point out. This is an unusual one. I don't get to talk about it often, but in terms of space weather, we actually had an aurora, a rather vibrant aurora, come through. And was visible in Manitoba, Saskatchewan, and Minnesota. Unfortunately, because I was so tuckered out from the last stream last night, I didn't get to go and see it, but it was visible for quite some time. And I do encourage you guys to go look up pictures of that on Twitter. In fact, I retweeted one from a dude that I follow that does a lot of aurora chasing here, is a space weather enthusiast. So I would recommend going and seeing those photos of the aurora last night. They were pretty cool.
Awesome. Yeah, I saw a lot of those. And yeah, it looks really good. That's something that I want to experience at some point. We've got to go aurora chasing at some point. But in the meantime, what we're going to do is I'm going to continue to show you what's getting ready to happen here. Okay, I know a lot of people are asking about what's going to happen in my city, what's going to happen in Tennessee, what's going to happen in Kentucky, and all these places. So we're going to look at the future radar here, the HRRR. But as we saw yesterday, we've got to take that with a grain of salt. Some of the things that are catching my eye, I guess, is the fact that there is a lot of there's a lot of clearing happening up here in this section of the storm. And it does look like there's little storms that are trying to form down here to the south and west of Tupelo. And the temperatures and the dew points up here have, not been terribly affected by any sort of morning convection. We've got a decent amount of storm energy cape up here. And we also have, some other things that are lining up that's telling me that, like, if this doesn't do it, which is one of the first areas that we're watching for the potential for tornadic development, any storm that pops up out in this area specifically is going to have to be watched really hard, because the conditions are actually really favorable for tornadic potential right in that area. So I'm starting to think that whenever the Storm Prediction Center does issue a new watch for this area, it will probably be a tornado watch. Let's see here. Karen says, this is our backyard. And as you can see, a little bit of flooding happening there as well. Remember, when you guys send me pictures and video stuff, try to include your location. It's always nice to know.
Hey,
and
Ryan,
also,
it's Brad. I just wanted to let you know I got a notification. North Mississippi, North Alabama are coordinating with the SPC for a tornado watch that should be top of the hour. So that should be out within the next 10 to 20 minutes.
Awesome. Thank you, Brad. So that was Storm Chaser Brad Arnold in communications with the emergency management offices there in northern Mississippi. And it does look like there's going to be a tornado watch issued here within the next little bit, right in that area that I was just talking about. So that is interesting to say the least. So that gives us a little bit of an early heads up. Now you guys know that a tornado watch is coming. And what does that mean? It just means that we've got to watch out even harder for the potential for tornadoes today. We've known that this is coming. We've known that this is going to be happening, but now it's real. Okay, the tornado watch means that conditions are favorable for tornadoes. Yeah, oh my goodness. Look at this picture from Chris Hall. Chris Hall, y'all, lives over here near me in good old Eastern Kentucky, and it looks like his driveway is washed out over there towards Hazard Way. So this is the kind of flooding that we're seeing in Kentucky. And what's really unfortunate is that Chris Hall actually lives in one of the most devastated places from the historic Kentucky flooding that we saw last year. So I really feel for the people who live out here who probably have a lot of anxiety and trauma from that event, as now we're starting to see those waters come back up again. I really don't think we're going to see a repeat of that. If that helps anybody out, but definitely we're seeing flooding, and it's going to continue to get worse as the day goes on. And something really cool today that we're going to be able to do is look at radar data in a radar hole, because we've got the Dow out there, a Doppler on wheels. How many of you guys have heard of this? Big truck, radar on it, parked down here. There's a couple of them in and around the Utah, Alabama area, and we've got access to them here. We're going to be able to watch the really high resolution radar data come out of this. So that's going to be really useful if we end up getting a storm through here. A lot of times, whenever a tornadic thunderstorm moves up that I-20 corridor between Meridian, York, and Utah and Tuscaloosa, like you can't see it. Like it's hard to really see the fine details of what's going on with the storm because it's in a radar hole. But today, thankfully, if anything was to happen out there, we are going to be able to see it thanks to the Doppler on wheels. The Dow. All right, we're starting to get a bunch of Yallometer submissions in. This is from Nebraska, about 6 inches, 6 yalls of snow there. In Omaha, here about 5 inches in Des Moines, and it's still falling. You'll probably get at least a little bit more on top of that. I don't know exactly how much, but you will definitely have more than that by the time this is all over with. Thanks for sending that in. And it's a winter wonderland in Waterford, Wisconsin. Alex, thank you. So as you can see, things are definitely happening out there, especially in the snow section of the storm and the flash flooding. We haven't seen any tornadoes yet. In fact, I don't think we've seen any tornado warnings associated with our new watches yet. But I do think that's going to change here in the next little bit. Right now, the most significant issue really is going to be this flooding situation. Dan says, already considering buying a kayak just to get the mail. The rain is still pretty good here in Jackson County, Kentucky. Another place, unfortunately, that was very hard hit by the deadly flash flooding that happened back in July. Greenup County, Kentucky schools are releasing early today due to high water. I'm assuming that's going to happen a lot today with these schools. It's after lunch now. I would say a lot of these places that are experiencing high water problems are going to start releasing early. Sometimes that's a good idea. Sometimes it's not. Obviously, you don't want these buses and stuff to get caught up in a high water situation, but if it's not in the road yet, I think it's a good call. But look at all this. This is the rain that's caused the flooding up here. And look at all this that's still yet to come. Oh yeah, well, let's look at the future, shall we? I've been meaning to do that. First of all, here is your severe weather risk today. The latest update from the Storm Prediction Center really shrinks that enhanced risk. It's still 7 million people. Nashville's included. A lot of Alabama and Mississippi are included. But it's no longer going all the way up into Ohio like it was before. We've got a slight risk of severe weather that goes all the way up into Kentucky. And this is still driven by a tornado risk. So let me show you that. We still have 6.5 million people under the gun today for significant tornadoes. Everybody in the yellow there, 10% probability of seeing a tornado within 25 miles of a given point. The fact that it's hatched, these dotted lines here, means that the Storm Prediction Center thinks that some of those tornadoes could be significant in nature, producing EF2 damage or greater. The 5% area goes all the way up to close to Richmond, Kentucky, and as far south as to pretty much to Gulfport. And then, of course, we've got a 2% risk area all the way up to Cincinnati. So if you're anywhere in any of these colored zones here, make sure you're hyper weather aware today and you have some way of getting warnings. And on top of that, make sure you know what you're going to do when the warning comes through. You don't want to just get the warning and then freak out. Go ahead and walk through it in your head. Okay, I'm going to do this. I'm going to grab this. I'm going to go here. I'm going to do this. I'm going to bring my phone. That way you can just execute the plan and you're not going to be scared. Rather, you will be prepared. So, as you can see, the storms right now haven't really even made it into the 10% zone, at least not the northern extent. We'll see what happens with this cluster of supercells that's going on down here as they move off to the north and east. And we can see a guesstimate of what might happen with those through our high resolution rapid refresh model. So let's look at that real quick. Let's look at the HER. And I'm going to pull this down just a little bit so you can see the time and date, always displayed up there. And let's go to essentially what the radar looks like right now. And then let's say 2 hours ahead. Actually, let's just go 1 hour ahead. Here we are at 2 p.m. today. This is Eastern, by the way. It's in Eastern because that's where I am. And we could still see some of these isolated cells popping up down here between Meridian and Hattiesburg. These will be capable of producing tornadoes. Anything that pops up and becomes discrete here between Starkville, Tupelo, and Corinth is going to be a concerning storm that we have to watch very closely. And you can see, even on this simulation here, some of these do have that little curved look to them. So we'll have to watch and see if they're going to rotate. Storms will be firing up over here in western Tennessee. These will probably have some hail with them, strong winds, and of course, the continued potential for tornadoes as they move towards Nashville. They'll make it to Nashville by 4 p.m. Okay. And around this time, those supercells that are riding out ahead of the cold front are going to be moving up into Utah and Tuscaloosa area. So this is when we might have to start using our Doppler on wheels radar imagery. So that's what we're looking at there. And of course, we do have a new tornado watch. New tornado watch just issued here. Let me show you this. Okay, there you go. This includes Tupelo, Oxford, Mississippi. This includes Florence and Huntsville, Alabama. Guys, if you want to go to my Twitter or go to @NWS Tornado and retweet this, or if it's at the main top of my Twitter right now, help us share this. Let's get this out to all 4.6 million people that are under the watch here. Because this is the area, I'm just going to go ahead and say it. This is the area that I think we have to watch the hardest today. But anyways, Oxford, Tupelo, Florence, Huntsville, Nashville, Tennessee, Cookeville, Tennessee, Winchester, Columbia, Jackson. All you guys are under a tornado watch. This also goes all the way up to Bowling Green, Kentucky. A couple of strong tornadoes possible today. Hail up to the size of quarters possible. And then we've got 70-mile-per-hour winds possible. Once again, 4.6 million people included in this. 1,344 schools. A lot of those didn't have school today, thankfully. But I would say that, a lot of these schools that are dismissing early are probably, you're probably going to see some of those that did end up follow suit down there. So the reason why we've got that tornado watch is because this is what the radar could look like at 4 p.m. today. At the same time, we're going to have a strong line of storms
has been issued.
Going through portions of, central Kentucky. And, it looks like there might be a little bit of a break in the flooding rains for this area from, let's say, 3 p.m. to 6 p.m. But then it starts right back, and it's going to become another big problem as we go all the way through 3 a.m. So I really am concerned about the flash flooding potential here as we go forward. But around 4 p.m. today, we're still going to see these supercells down here. Watch what happens as we go forward. I think around 7 p.m., that's when the tornado threat really starts to go down. By the time these storms make it past Birmingham, the tornado threat is very, very low. Once they get past Cookeville, McMinnville, and Tullahoma in Tennessee, the tornado threat is very low. So Chattanooga, Knoxville, and you guys in eastern Tennessee, I don't think that you've got much of a tornado threat. Same thing for you guys in eastern Kentucky. Your biggest problem is going to come from the flooding rains, maybe some winds, maybe some small hail. But this is going to last all the way until 4 a.m. or so. And then, of course, we're going to see these scattered thunderstorms move off to the east. They're going to go through the Carolinas, the Virginias, all the way up into the mid-Atlantic. And we might hear some claps of thunder as far north as, way up into New York. But the severe weather threat will have died down significantly by this time. And that is pretty much, that's the breakdown, son. I don't know what else you want other than looking at the snow, which is fun. We're going to continue to see snow from Chicago. Draw a line from Chicago to, let's say, Maryville, Missouri, okay? And points north to Omaha and Madison. Right there in that channel, draw lines to the north and east, and we're going to continue to see snow in that area all the way through 6 p.m. And then we're going to see the back edge start to move through Des Moines. It'll be done snowing in Des Moines by 6 p.m. That back edge is going to be move through in Madison by 10 p.m. By this time, it's going to be snowing really hard, though, in northern portions of Michigan, and it'll still be snowing in Chicago. The snow ends in Chicago. Actually, it might not end for a while because we're going to see that lake effect snow come down maybe right through the city. Might be a pretty stationary band of lake effect snow tomorrow as the winds come out of the north as that low pressure system passes by. But we are going to see some pretty significant snow up here in Ottawa and Quebec. And maybe even around Montreal. Actually, that looks like it might be a little bit of a mixture or a freezing rain problem for you. All rain, though, for the Northeast, except for northern portions of Vermont, New Hampshire, and Maine. You guys are going to get some snow, but all the coastal areas are rain town, baby. Look at this. Memphis, how about some heavy snow showers tomorrow at 5 a.m.? And those will go even farther south than that. We're going to see snow in Kentucky, Tennessee, Mississippi, Alabama, probably even Georgia tomorrow. And, of course, Illinois, Indiana, and Ohio as well. Intermittent, no big accumulations expected. Some people might pick up a quick inch, which will be exciting. But, yeah. See here. Chelsea, thank you so much for doing this. Chelsea is like screenshotting all the super chats so I don't miss them. Roger Davidson says, I'm chasing in Indiana and Ohio and Kentucky. Okay. You must be around the Cincinnati area. Mike Davis. Well, Roger, first of all, thank you. Keep us updated on what's going on. Mike says, appreciate what you do. Christopher's been a member, an official sponsor, daggone, for 13 months. I'm an official sponsor of your awesome channel all the way from Murfreesboro, Tennessee. And Sean gifted 5 memberships. Thank you so much, Sean. I appreciate y'all. Y'all are super awesome. And I appreciate the support. We couldn't do what we do without yins. Looks like there's going to be even more auroras tomorrow. Tomorrow, a likely CME impact is supposed to hit Earth. KP6 watches out for Friday. That's almost making it down to mid-latitudes with the view line there. Very, very interesting stuff. That's going to be some, probably some very bright, vivid auroras. This is what it looks like in Iowa right now from Lee Wood. Thank you for sending that in. It's a full-on snowstorm, baby. And of course, man, I don't know why, but my 6 button doesn't work. Can't pull up the Iowa camera, but pull it up for me on the screen there. It is coming down in Des Moines right now, and you can see that very clearly through the camera. Here is a video from Leviathan. This is in Ohio of some of the flash flooding that's going on down there. Megan says, I'm out here in Clarksville, Tennessee. I spotted a shelf cloud in Oak Grove about 45 minutes ago, and it had dangling bits. Well, thank you for the report. Do you have pictures? We've got to see pictures. More than likely, probably seeing some rising, maybe some scud, maybe some SLC, some scary looking clouds. But be careful out there and keep us updated. It's already snowing in northern Wisconsin. Gotta love mid-February. I got stuck in a theater parking lot last night for 2 hours. Can't wait for spring. Me either. Usually, I'm all gung-ho for snow. I love it. Like, that's what I want. I want more snow. But, like, this winter has just been so anti-winter, at least for our area, that like, it was 75 degrees yesterday. I'm like, this is nice. I could deal without snow. I could skip a year of snow. Unfortunately, I don't think that's going to be the case. I think March is going to be a little bit cold for some of us. So, Ryan, people in Indiana and Ohio want to know what's going on. Okay, I'm assuming you are referring to the weather. So that's what I'm going to talk about. Over here in Ohio, we've got a little bit of a problem. Half of our radars are down. So it's hard to say exactly what's going on, but I can tell you a pretty good idea. And a lot of the ventilation from these stronger storms that are happening down near Bowling Green, down into eastern Kentucky, that's causing the flash flooding, a lot of that is producing, rain out here, and it's it's just literally just rain through a lot of southern Ohio, especially south of Columbus. Some of that is heavy. We definitely have seen some flooding reports out of southern Ohio, but no severe weather just yet in Ohio. And in fact, the severe weather threat for today in Ohio has downgraded a little bit. Let me look at the radar again or the future radar again for you guys. Yeah, a lot of the same. A lot of the same is going to be happening up there. You're going to continue to get that rain. There is going to be a moment in time around 6 p.m. this evening when the cold front is really trying to punch through here, where some storms are going to pop up from Louisville all the way up to Fort Wayne. Those could have some hail with them for sure as they move towards Columbus and Cleveland. But I'm telling you, this big area of heavy rain has stolen a lot of the instability from Ohio. Imagine this is a wall, right? The warm air wants to make it farther north, and the warm air actually caused these storms along the warm front. But when the storms happen, they produce their own cool air, and they're fighting back against the warm front. So it creates this wall where the warm air can no longer get farther north, and it's just kind of like pushing up against this cold pool of air, and the instability that was supposed to be up here in Ohio just isn't there anymore. Not saying that nothing's going to happen, but the severe weather threat has degraded a little bit. Ooh. Apparently, the White House is going to give a speech about the unidentified flying objects at 2 p.m. I want to watch that. I don't know if there's a way that we can watch that without getting copyright struck, but I think that'd be fun. What if they tell us it's aliens? What if they finally tell us that it's aliens? They're probably just going to say like, we don't know. We have no clue. I see this everywhere, and this is a good way to put it. Taco watch, taco warning. When there's a taco watch, we have the ingredients available to make a taco, right? Like they're all here, but we don't have a taco. There could be a taco. And, you know, usually we don't have the ingredients for a taco. So there couldn't be a taco if there was the ingredients weren't around, right? So just the general fact that we have the ingredients on the table means that we got to watch out because a taco could happen. And a taco warning means that the taco is happening. You have tacos. They are made. Just replace the word taco with tornado, and you completely understand the difference between a tornado watch and a tornado warning. All right, so there it is. Big tornado watch includes Nashville. And by the way, that one went all the way to 7 p.m. So it's 1:15 p.m. here on the East Coast. So we've got a little while to go before this is all said and done. Remember, if you want to send your report to me, if it's flooding where you are, if you got a big rainstorm, if you got snow happening right now, anything interesting at all, send it to me on Twitter and we'll watch it together here. Russell Kirby is zooming in on some SLCs down here, probably in Tennessee, in Western Tennessee. There's a big shelf cloud is coming over. This is, yeah, look at that. You're in the whale's mouth, essentially, of this storm, as the storm that's kind of bowing out there near Clarksville, Tennessee, about an hour ago. Ray the Farmer, thanks for becoming a member, man. You should be able to take the speech from whitehouse.gov without a copyright issue. That makes sense. Like, I pay taxes to be able to watch this on my stream, right? That's a taxpayer right. We need government. We need. I don't know where I was going with that. I had a good idea and I just lost it. This is from Kentucky. I don't know what I'm looking at here. Is that the water? Is that water down there? Or is that like a field of grass? Can you tell? If that's water, then that's a lot of water. Lily says, I'm praying this stops soon. Our little hauler's gone again. Already got a few trapped. That's not good. That's not good, guys. A lot of these places in eastern Kentucky that were hit really hard by flash flooding are unfortunately seeing it again. From Chris, folks are trapped in northern Perry County to Kentucky. Once again, I know we've got a lot of people watching from Eastern Kentucky. I really want to let you know that this is not going to be a repeat of that. Like, this is not going to be a repeat of the flood that killed 50 people in July. However, definitely some flooding is happening. It's going to continue to happen. If you live in a flood prone area and you can still get out and get to higher ground, I would do that right now. Let's see. A lot of the heavy rain has let up, at least for now, in Eastern Kentucky. So over here near Perry County, around Hazard, you guys are going to get a break here soon. There is more to come, though, unfortunately. And then I really think later this evening, six o'clock or so, we're going to get hit by another big round of rain that could be even heavier. So we got to be ready for anything out here. Yeah, a lot of places have picked up a really good amount of rain from this. Roger Davidson says, I'm heading to Nashville, Tennessee. Stephanie says, I watched you last night from Mississippi. We don't have weather sirens here in this rural area. I went ahead and bought your weather radio. I can't wait to get it. Thanks for all you do. Stephanie, thank you for the kind words, and thank you for getting your weather radio from us. Putting good old Austin in the weather warehouse out there to work. He ain't had much to do recently. Man, this is Combs Road in Perry County, Kentucky. Once again, if you're just now tuning in, we're doing live severe weather coverage here. And so we've got a lot of tornado watches out right now. We've got tornado watches from Bowling Green, Kentucky, down through Nashville, all the way down through Jackson, Mississippi, and Hattiesburg. We're going to continue to watch this closely as the day goes on. But the area, there's a couple of areas that I see as the most favorable for potential tornado activity as we go through later in the day. One of those is going to be in an area between like Tupelo and Nashville, up in that area. And then another one is going to be whatever happens with these this cluster of prefrontal storms that's moving up towards Tuscaloosa and Birmingham. There's a pretty good amount of, wind shear down here. There's definitely a lot of moisture, a lot of energy for these storms to work with. And, even though we've seen these storms be there for a while, we're not seeing a whole lot of just like immediate linear activity. There's still some of these storms that are trying to maintain their discreteness. So the longer that they are able to do that, the more likely it is that something is going to happen with these as they move into Alabama. Dog Trot Fork. This is definitely Eastern Kentucky. Dog Trot Fork of Slate Creek from barely a trickle yesterday. You can see the creeks and streams are rising out there. I hope that, we get a good break. So there's definitely going to be a lot more rain coming to Kentucky, Tennessee, that area today. But areas like in and around Perry County are the next big bout of rain. And I hope the longer that lasts, the better. Because it'll give you some time for the water to go down. And then when the next rain comes through, it's not just going to add to the top of that. Pamela says there are 3 tornado sirens not working in Nashville. Well, that's never good. But it is a good reminder that you should not rely on tornado sirens in today's day and age. Lots of better ways, especially if you're indoors, to get weather warnings. Sirens are important. I'm glad we have them, but it's kind of an outdated system. The best way, obviously, is to have a weather radio. Or to just follow along with somebody like me or James Spann or your local weather guy, whoever it is that can relay that warning information to you and give you context behind the blobs on the screen and all that good stuff. We do have our team of storm chasers out there today. Let's get an update from some of them. I'm going to go through the line here, and we'll just wait for them to respond. Brad and Nick. Guys, we're on YouTube right now. We're waiting for things to pop off. What do you guys think? What's your plan for today? Tell us what's going on. Brett Adair. We are live on YouTube. Give us an update, man. What's going on out there? Brian Allen. We're live on YouTube. Give us an update, man. Bryce Shelton. We are live on YouTube, and we are waiting to hear what Bryce thinks about today and what your plan is. And, just give us the full rundown here. And Chris, what's the update? What's the story? Are you going to go up towards the flash flooding? Are you going to stick around for the tornadoes? What's going on? Carly, if you could pull them up.
We are currently pulling into Meridian, Mississippi here, Highway 45. Got a couple of storms to the southwest that are semi-interesting, a little bit of broad rotation down west of Prentice. Going to continue to watch those this afternoon. Also a cell just to the southwest of Meridian. Trying to organize, got a lot of lightning now. So we're getting in position for whatever activity may take place. This looks to be the better area with better amounts of low-level winds that are backing and a lot of instability. So we're just now running into a little bit of this rain shower activity, and we should continue to see an increase in action here as we go through the next couple of hours.
Hey, Ryan, we're just sitting north of Aberdeen right now on highway. I think this is 45, pretty much really close to the state line of Alabama and Mississippi. Watching some cloud tops that were going off to our west. It looks like the cap's kind of killing those off. I don't see much at the moment down south. That's why we haven't quite made that snap decision to go down there. I'm still thinking that North Mississippi and Northwest Alabama could be a hot spot today. So I'm still going to stay up here. Once that cap breaks, you should start to see more robust supercells get going with taller updrafts. They should be able to sustain in that area. And it appears like the shear is also better up here, especially later on in the day in a couple of hours. So I'm hoping to see something, get around something here in the next hour or so.
Yeah, Ryan, just watching these cells across southern Mississippi at the moment. Kind of interested in this one to the south of Meridian. Gonna go check it out and see what it's all about.
Brian, how's it going? We're heading down towards Meridian. Gonna see what these prefrontals do. Kind of get on them, stay with them for a little while. See what happens.
8.8 miles. Turn.
Right now, I'm going to go towards Tennessee, Alabama, Mississippi border and wait for these storms to come over and see how they organize as they move on over into this environment. If these don't, I'm going to shoot north real quick to get back into Kentucky. You've seen some pretty significant flooding started, and I'm about to throw up another picture as well. Looks like we've got a lot of flooded roadways already up there. That's going to be the main concern up to where north is flash flooding throughout the day.
All right. So that was an update from all of our storm chasers and what they are thinking right now. And this is the latest picture that we got from Chris, who's getting a lot of pictures from obviously local people from around Hazard, Perry County, where the flooding is happening. This is Squabble Creek in northern Perry County, Kentucky. Obviously, water's over the road there. And we're going to continue to see stuff like this throughout the rest of the day. And like even where I am, we haven't really seen a whole lot of rain. I mean, we've had a little over an inch and a half of rain. It happened in a short period of time, but we are even seeing some slight flooding in and around my area. So, like really close to where I am. So a little bit more rain is going to do nothing but cause problems. And that's definitely on the table here as we continue to watch our storms unfold down here in Mississippi and Alabama. No tornado warnings yet. We do have one area of rotation, but it is so broad that there's definitely not a tornado in there. So it's a waiting game. We're waiting. We're seeing what's going to happen. And in the meantime, we also have snow up here to the north. Des Moines is still getting a bunch of snow right now. Let's change over to Radar Omega. This is the app that I use to run the show here for most of the graphics because it is the best. You can zoom all the way in on your daggone house. Look at that. Literally, you can see your house on this radar. And you can also see our storm chasers. Let me turn those on. So whenever I say, hey, we got Brad Arnold down here, blah, blah, blah. Right there he is, son. You see what road he's on. It live updates as he drives up and down the road, and we can click on him. And we can see his live feed. Not only that, we can see the temperature. We can see the daggone humidity, the dew point. The barometric pressure. You kidding me? All this inside the app. We can move him around and we can go up here and we can continue to look at that snow like I originally wanted to by looking at the precipitation depiction. Just to paint it blue so that we know it's snow. And show you what's going on with everything up here. Heavy snow in Des Moines. You can see some of the brighter banding here in this area, this area, and this area. That's where some of the heavier snow's falling right now. And if I put this into motion, you can see that it's been almost stationary. That's why we've seen 5 or 6 inches of snow in this area. And we're going to see more as time goes on. Same thing over here towards Madison, Milwaukee, in southern Wisconsin. We've got a lot of snow happening out here.
Yeah, we're in northern
It's
Mississippi
not
right
going
now.
to end anytime soon. All right, this is going to last a while, so get ready for the accumulation that's going to happen. A little bit of amplification off the lake here for places like Muskegon, Holland, and Cadillac in Michigan. So get ready for maybe some pretty good accumulation from this storm, as all of this energy is going to slide right over the state. And if you want a little bit of a higher def view of the intensity of these snow bands, you can actually go over to the regular high-res reflectivity, and you can see the greens and the reds, just like if we were looking at rain. And, you can see with more detail and more contrast where the stronger bands of snow are happening. All of this, professional radar tools, all this you can have on your phone, your daggone iOS or Android phone, your tablet, whatever you want. Radar Omega, big supporters of the channel, so I always want to shout them out during the streams. Radar Omega, link in the description. Get it, and you won't regret it. A lot of storm chasers on the map now. Used to, it was only a couple, but we're starting to see even more. Don Murray here. Brett Adair's on here. And then we also have a lot of stationary cameras. So if you're in Tennessee or northern Alabama, you want this because the local emergency management offices in Tennessee and Alabama are working with Radar Omega on a pretty close level to have like cameras everywhere around Florence, Lawrenceburg, and all these places. It's really useful to have. When the lights turn green, it's time to talk to Andy. Go ahead.
Hey Ryan, yeah, I figured I'd give you an update because I've been doing a lot of analysis while we haven't had anything pertinent to, talk about on the radar. And I think that the main risk for our northern half, so our friends in Nashville and most of Tennessee that are in the enhanced region, the risk area today, it comes from the actual cold front cell. So you can see those traversing through northern Mississippi and western Tennessee right now, just about to Jackson, Tennessee. Those are kind of breaking apart, and you can see that on the radar if you look from Columbus and Nashville. They're a little far away because Memphis is down, but they're breaking apart. So I was wondering, like why would we have such an enhanced tornado risk this far north if we're wondering about instability or something making it that far north? And I think it's actually because of the cold front. Last night before I went to bed, I was watching the morning model runs, and every hour that came in of the HRRR we like to look at, it kind of showed the line, being a little broken like this. And I think that's where our tornado threat stems from. So I looked at the bulk wind direction, and it's at an angle to the progression of the front such that, yeah, it could support the line breaking apart. So I think this is a very smart forecast, and we should be watching this line later on for our friends in Nashville and also the northern Mississippi extent of this threat. So hopefully that gives you a little look at the science behind what's happening.
Absolutely. Love it. Meteorologist Andy Hill dropping knowledge on us and moving our attention over to this line where honestly there is no am I wrong about this? Do I have my weather warnings turned off again? I sure as heck do. Hold on. Give me just a second. All right. There is one polygon out here. We've got a severe thunderstorm warning for areas like LaGrange, Tennessee, associated with this line of storms. But these are all strong storms associated with the cold front. So this is the main driving factor of, like, this is, once this gets past you, it's pretty much over for you. Memphis, there's no more storms for you. Once this gets past you, it's clearing the air, it's destabilizing, or it's stabilizing the atmosphere, and that'll be pretty much it. But the drastic change that is happening between like the temperature gradient here and the amount of moisture that's out in front of this and the amount of lift that's available for these storms is really impressive. That's going to make them strong storms. And then the amount of wind shear that's present is also really impressive. So if they do continue to be broken apart like this and they don't congeal into one giant line, and even if they do that, the tornado threat's still going to be there. But if they remain separated, that could be something that we definitely need to watch very hard as we go through the night. Oh boy. Susan Wojcicki, I think I said that right, is stepping down as CEO of YouTube. Breaking news, guys. This is now also a news channel. No, I'm just joking. But I mean, that is obviously something that caught my attention. YouTube's my home, you know. I don't know what that's going to mean for the platform. Hopefully it's good. Hopefully we get I don't know, something good out of it. I don't have any thoughts yet. I've still got to gather them. Let's see here. Chelsea, once again, thank you so much for doing this. You don't have to do this, but I do appreciate it. Farah says, hi, Ryan. I bought the Radar Omega radar. Do you have any tips to using it? Thanks for all you do. Have friends in Jackson, Tennessee on the outskirts of that tornado watch. Yeah. So let's actually look at the weather. Let's give you guys an update on what's going on with everything here, while also trying to do a little bit of a tutorial, I guess, on Radar Omega. So do you see what I just did there? We were looking at storms over here near Memphis, and then like you don't see anything down here near Jackson, and then all of a sudden, boom, you do. Well, all I'm doing is I'm clicking on the radar sites. That's simple stuff, but a lot of people who initially download it, they don't realize that's how you do it. Maybe it doesn't automatically populate your location and you can't see the radar at your house or whatever. You've just got to click the little gray dot that's closest to you. And that'll show you the local radar, and it's high definition. Okay, you can see down to the pixel the raw data from the National Weather Service. And a lot of people see this and they're like, "Ooh, my free radar app looks way more HD than this." And if you like the look of it, you can come down here to this little paint bucket tool. I think this might require a higher tier level. I don't know if this comes with the base version or not, but hey, listen, if you want the radar to be more pretty, you can turn on smoothing. Personally, I hate this. I think that this kind of like ruins the detail of the radar. So I do no smoothing whatsoever, but you can make it look very smoothed out and nice and clean if you want it to. But I'm going to go down and I'm going to make sure I can see every single little fine detail here. And then from there, we're looking at the reflectivity. We can switch over to velocity on the little drop down menu on the bottom right. It's pretty much the same on the phone too. And this is where we can see our rotation. We can see our correlation coefficient and all that good stuff. And then, of course, there's a million other things you can do with it as well. You can go to severe weather. You can look at the categorical outlooks for today, like the enhanced risk. You can come down to the little tool indicator and turn on your cyclone port to see the cyclone ports, which are on our storm chaser cars. And also all of these stationary things. You just click on the little icons and all the information pops up. And honestly, it would take me an hour or two to go over even just the basics here. But there's a million different things that you can do over here in this little side panel that are like there's more customization here than any other radar app that exists. I mean, you can literally go in here and you can go and you can change the colors of the tornado warnings to whatever you want. Not only that, you can change the polygon fill opacity and the polygon border thickness. You can make it beep, if there's a warning. You can, there's just so many different things you can do. I don't even know everything about it. I just know that it's the one I use. So it's the one I naturally gravitate towards. So I like it. Oh, yes. Yeah, it does. You do get lightning detection. And we're actually going to put a cyclone port here at the Y'all HQ at some point. So you'll always be able to see a sky view from the weather house on the Radar Omega app with, all that stuff. You might see me riding the golf cart up the hill to the studio. Or clouds, because that's more than likely why you're looking. Is Radar Omega a monthly sub? It can be. There are certain features that you can unlock for a monthly subscription, but it's still the best app with just the basic features, and it's just a one-time purchase at that. Leland said, Ryan, I've been following you and appreciating all the y'all squad does since I moved from Los Angeles to Missouri. Keep up the awesome work. Thank you so much. Lisa, thank you. Anthony says, I'm from the San Francisco Bay Area. You can send that rain over here. I wish I could. Vicky, thanks for becoming a high risker. Max, thanks for becoming a high risker. We are getting a mix of freezing rain and flurries in Osceola, Michigan. Yeah, it'll start off, well, honestly, for some people, it'll start off as snow and then change to a mix, and then vice versa for some other people, depending on how far north you are in the state. Armored Weather, what's up? Any upgrades for anything for Tuscaloosa? Not since the last, upgrade for Tuscaloosa, which was an enhanced risk for severe weather at a 10% hatched risk for tornadoes. John, I see you, man. Thanks for the gifted membership and congratulations to a really big dog, which was the recipient of that gift. I think it's random. So, similar to yesterday, it does look like we're off to a slow start with our tornado situation, which is great news. But we definitely don't want to let our guard down as things are going to continue to kind of amplify as we go forward. And also, the flooding situation is continuing to unfold here in Kentucky. And I'm still waiting on what's going to happen with these storms here along this line as they move towards Nashville and as they move towards northern Alabama and northeastern portions of Mississippi. I think that if we don't see anything happen there, then we dodged another bullet today. You guys know that we don't usually go live unless there is an incredibly high chance, higher than usual chance that we see tornadoes. Especially if that's the reason we're going live, if it's severe weather coverage. So, sometimes those chances just don't verify, and we always need to accept those as wins. If today's one of those days, it's a very good thing, but we can't just assume that it's going to be because yesterday was. Things can change in a blink of an eye, y'all. Flash flooding still going on in Perry County, Kentucky. As you can see here from Chris Hall, y'all's post. Sailor says, I was surprised you went live last night. I didn't think you'd be on. Well, to be honest with you guys, I have only ever missed like 10% hatch risk tornado days or higher. And one of them was because it was last minute, and the other one was because I had an emergency or something else was going on. So, We go live every time that we feel like it's warranted. Sometimes there's surprise tornadoes and stuff. Even when we're not live, we can't be live 24/7 for every single thunderstorm. But I think that some people, if there's a slight risk in West Virginia next week, some people might think that, oh, well, he never goes live for West Virginia because the following week, if there's an enhanced risk in Indianapolis or something, I'll go live. There's a big difference there depending on what drives the slight or enhanced risk. It's a tornado threat. If myself and Andy and the other meteorologists on the team believe that, the forecast is calling for, significant weather. And there's because we try to reserve the time that we go live for big events. We want it to be something like, okay, Ryan's live. That means that probably something's going on here and we should pay attention. Because a lot of times, whenever it is just a slight risk of severe weather or whatever, we can effectively communicate all of the risks and the hazards and stuff through a regular video. And that's what we try to do. But sometimes in a dire situation where we've got a tornado down and, they've got a bunch of warnings going on and stuff, that would be impossible to talk about in a video. So we got to go live. And of course, I love this. I love doing the live stream. So live UFO speech soon, Ryan. Yeah, we're going to watch that. We are going to watch that. Unless it gets super boring. Like if he takes forever to tell us what in the world is going on in the sky, like we're probably going to stop watching and you guys can take notes and just fill me in. But what I'm hoping happens is he starts it off like a YouTube video. It's a hook, right? Like last week we discovered aliens in our airspace. Will these aliens affect your life? Let's get right into it. Then I'm like, okay, we're watching this whole thing right now. Could you imagine if the way presidents communicated was through YouTube videos? Like, make sure you smash that like button, or I'm raising taxes. Guys, let's get to 1 million subs, or I'm raising taxes. Can you cover Nashville, Tennessee? Yes, we are doing that right now. There's just nothing happening. Nothing happening in Nashville, Tennessee. We do have a tornado watch indicated by the big purple box here that's flashing. We do expect that tornadic thunderstorms will move through Nashville around 4 p.m. So we're just watching and we are waiting. Are we capped? Essentially, the southern mode, that seems like what's happening down there. There's an EML, and it's making the storm struggle to form. You can see, though, that if they were forming correctly, they would be rotating. This is definitely a favorable environment for tornadoes. We've got some rotation here. We've got this storm down here that's actually got a pretty good little rotating column within it. But they're just not big storms. On a day like today, the storms have to be pretty big to do what they need to do. So yeah, what's interesting though is that's not happening a little bit farther to the north. Okay, so these storms over here they look to me like they're growing more upscale. They're becoming more mature. So maybe that's not going to be a problem with these. Looks like there was a pretty big wreck on I-380 South in Iowa earlier from the snow, as a result of the snow, I should say. Could you cover Pulaski, Tennessee? Yeah, let's go through the future radar again, y'all. If you've already seen this, I'm sorry. There's just every time I look at the chat, somebody's like, "What about my town? What about my town?" Hopefully, you know where your town is on this map, because we can't zoom into every single town in America. So we're just going to look at this, and that's what we're going to go by. All right, so this is our line of storms. This is the time in Eastern. The storms are going to be in and around Clarksville, Tennessee by 3 p.m. Eastern. Okay, Corinth, Mississippi, 3 p.m. Eastern. They'll be past Jackson, Tennessee by this point. They'll be making it into places like Pickens and Durant in Mississippi by 3 p.m. Eastern. What about Nashville? 4 p.m. Okay, what's going on down here at 4 p.m.? We got strong storms from Hattiesburg, from Macomb, all the way up to Demopolis. And then, of course, that squall line is going to be moving through Lexington at this time as well. Andy wants to talk. Go ahead, bub.
Hey, Ryan, I was just ordering some lunch. I came back, and it looks like we have a strong cell in Western Tennessee, right on I-40 to the east of Jackson near Parker Crossroads. It is unwarned right now. I imagine it might be warned pretty soon. But yeah, last couple of frames, it's really ramped up in rotation. Looks legitimate to me. So let's take a look at that.
Awesome. What radar site are you looking at that from?
That's Fort Campbell, Kentucky. So KHPX.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Okay, wow. There it is. A really strong cell has started to organize here a little bit near I-40 in Western Tennessee. And this is that cold front line. This is the line that we've been talking about. And that is going to continue to cause problems here. Now, we don't have a warning just yet, but we are saying, hey, y'all, watch out, because this area of rotation right here could try to produce a tornado as it moves up towards Holiday, Sugar Tree, and Eagle Creek in Tennessee. Wow. Look at this from a couple different angles here. Almost in a radar hole. Not quite. We are looking at this storm at a pretty high altitude because it is so far away from the radar site. We're seeing, a couple thousand feet higher than what we normally would, which is showing that there's definitely rotation in this storm. So we've got to watch it. Once again, no warning from the National Weather Service. We're waiting to see what they think about it. And if they do decide to put out a polygon here, we're going to want to respect it, and we're going to want to take shelter immediately. For now, just get ready. Heads up. That's what we're here for. Give you a y'all watch out. Yeah, that storm in particular, if it holds together, would head directly for Nashville at some point. So this looks like a classic Interstate 40 rider. You guys know how those work. Ugh. We're going to bring our full resources to this storm. We're going to watch it closely because honestly, that's the most interesting or concerning thing that we have on the radar right now.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
There it is. And the National Weather Service has issued a tornado warning for Benton, Carroll, Decatur, and Henderson counties, Tennessee. And there you see the polygon popping up there. This does include Holiday, and it is also going to include a couple other places. Let me zoom in here. It's going to include Holiday, Shiloh, McLilwayn. Whoa. Eagle Creek, Rockport, and Birdsong Heights. Take shelter now, guys. This is our first tornado warning of the day. Yeah, you've got to get into the most interior room of your home, put as many walls between you and the outside world as possible, and make sure you are taking every precaution necessary to protect your life. Bring a helmet, maybe. Sounds ridiculous, but something that I always like to say is that if you do have a helmet, if the kids have a helmet or something like that, take that with you and slap it on, because the number one way you're going to get injured in something like this isn't from getting sucked out the window. It's from a 2x4 falling on your head. So protect your head and bring me with you. Bring a phone. Power goes out or something like that. A lot of times cell towers will work. Not all the times, but a lot of times. And if you got a charge device that will pick up that data, it'll be very useful, and we'll be able to continue to guide you through this. So this is our area of rotation right here, coming right up towards Holiday, Tennessee. And if anybody knows anybody in Holiday, Tennessee, honestly, if anybody knows anybody in this portion of Tennessee now, so here's an interesting tidbit as well. Now that we know that this can happen, it will happen. Okay, on days like today, this is what I like to call a qualifier storm. All right, the fact that this is happening means that it will probably happen again as another storm tries to come up and interacts with the same air mass that is producing this rotation. So if you know anybody from Dixon, Tennessee, all the way up to Nashville, down towards Murfreesboro, Columbia, and Savannah in Tennessee. If you know anybody in this corridor right in through here, let them know what's going on. Let them know about the tornado watch. Let them know about the tornado warning. Maybe even send them a link to this stream, text message to a family member or a friend, put it on Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, something like that, so we can get this very important word out to as many people as possible. Additionally, if you don't have social media, if you don't want to share us, that makes sense to me. Just slap that like button just like you would on a regular YouTube video so that we can get the algorithm to promote us to the people for us. So if you're just now tuning in, we do have a tornado warning for Benton County, Tennessee, Carroll County, Tennessee, Decatur County, Tennessee, and Henderson County, Tennessee. If you live in one of those counties, take shelter now. I have my husband's coal mining helmet. Hey, that's better than nothing. Yeah, that's listen, we are going to stay locked in on this tornado warning, but we have to hear about these aliens too. The rotation still looks impressive. So this storm is holding together, which is also a not so good sign. what this storm does will be indicative of what the next storm does. So we hope that this dies out very quickly and it doesn't actually produce a tornado. We hope that it's elevated rotation that doesn't produce anything on the ground. But if the contrary is true, then we've just got to start taking this a whole lot more seriously, even though we should already be taking it seriously, especially if we are in Holiday, Tennessee. Can we pull up Tennessee on our state viewing module? Let me know when you've done that, so I'll pull it up. And so if you're in Holiday, Tennessee, Eagle Creek, or Sugar Tree, make sure you are in your safe spot. We've got a new little feature here because whenever we're doing multi-state coverage, a lot of times when we zoom in like this, people from other states get confused because there is, a Sugar Tree and a Holiday in just about every state. So now you can always see what state we're looking at there at the bottom, currently viewing Tennessee. If you're just now tuning in, we just had the first warning of the day issued here for Benton, Carroll, Decatur, and Henderson County, Tennessee. That's a tornado warning. And we're seeing some really impressive looking, rotation here. So if you're in Holiday, Tennessee, please take shelter immediately. And for the people who didn't get out of school today, it looks like they're watching. Classrooms full of people waiting to see what's going to happen with this severe weather situation today. I know that I think that the total amount of people in all of the risk areas combined is like close to 30 million. So obviously a very high impact storm. And that's not even counting the people that are getting snow on the backside, I believe. So lots of people are interested in the weather today. One thing I am noticing about this storm is there is quite a bit of what I like to call, just crap vection coming off of this storm. It is crashing into this storm. And what that might do in the short term is actually, since it's coming in from the backside, it might actually try to intensify the rotation a little bit. But in the long term, unless this can absorb it and maintain organized, it might actually weaken the rotation a little bit, or the storm overall. So we'll see. As long as the storm has a decent way of getting some sort of inflow in here of that warm air, the energy that's needed to produce the storm. Remember, this is along the cold front, so there's plenty of forcing. There's a lot of cold air behind here, a lot of warm air out in front of it. It doesn't take much. But the better path that this part of the storm right here has to clear air, the better. For the tornado. Better for the tornado, not for us. Gabriel, been a member for 6 months, says, thank you for everything you do and going live when people need you the most. Thank you for the kind words. Caleb said, Andy does it again. Great job, guys. I'm telling you, man. I'm telling you that's in my opinion, that's the value of what we're doing here. You guys get to see essentially a behind the scenes process of pretty much what's happening at a lot of these the places that are, issuing the warnings. They saw the same thing we did. And, from that moment and, making the decision, typing it up and getting it out there and everything, there's a lot of things that happen. But if you're just a casual person that's not watching a Ryan Hall y'all stream, you don't know about any of it until the warning's actually issued. So getting that early heads up, I think, is a very beneficial thing that we're able to do. So looking at some of the more recent soundings, which is, just looking at the atmosphere and the what's going on up there, there is a significant cap in place between Jackson and Birmingham. So those storms might continue to have a problem developing mesocyclones and tornadoes. But like out of everywhere, honestly, Nashville has the most favorable, kinematics, I guess, for tornadoes with just modest thermodynamics. So this is kind of where we're going to be watching the hardest as we go forward. And of course, the flooding is still going on out there in Kentucky and Ohio. There's some that creek's getting ready to break the bank there. And remember, if you guys have pictures, videos, any sort of reports you want to send in to me, please do that on Twitter, at Ryan Hall, y'all. Don't forget to tag your local NWS as well. Love it. I love this. Don't worry, Aunt Ninny. I got your back at all times. I love that I can help you keep your Aunt Ninny updated. If you're just now tuning in, that big purple polygon there is a tornado warning for Benton and Decatur counties in Tennessee. And that area of rotation right there is potentially a tornado that is either developing or down right now. We're not seeing, from what I can tell, we're not seeing any significant reason to believe that it's down. But again, we are pretty far away from that radar site. So we're kind of waiting on ground reports to come in to hear if we're getting any reports of a funnel cloud or anything like that. Hopefully, we've got some people listening to radio feeds.
Good afternoon.
Oh, here we go.
Last week, in the immediate aftermath of the incursion by China's high-altitude balloon, our military, through the North American Aerospace Defense Command, so-called NORAD, closely scrutinized our airspace, including enhancing our radar to pick up more slow-moving objects above our country, around the world. In doing so, they tracked 3 unidentified objects, one in Alaska, Canada, and over Lake Huron in the Midwest. They acted in accordance with established parameters for determining how to deal with unidentified aerial objects in U.S. airspace. At their recommendation, I gave the order to take down these 3 objects due to hazards to civilian commercial air traffic and because we could not rule out the surveillance risk of sensitive facilities. We acted in consultation with the Canadian government. I spoke personally with Prime Minister Trudeau from Canada on Saturday. And just as critically, we acted out of an abundance of caution and an opportunity that allowed us to take down these objects safely. Our military and the Canadian
He
military
hasn't
are
said
seeking
anything
to
about
recover the
aliens
debris
yet.
so we can learn more
I'm getting
about
bored.
these 3 objects. Our intelligence community is still assessing all 3 incidences. They're reporting to me daily and will continue their urgent efforts to do so, and I will communicate that to the Congress. We don't yet know exactly what these 3 objects were, but nothing right now suggests they were related to China's spy balloon program or that they were surveillance vehicles from any other country. The intelligence community's current assessment is that these 3 objects were most likely balloons tied to private companies, recreation or research institutions studying weather or conducting other scientific research.
Weather balloons.
When I came into office, I instructed our intelligence community to take a broad look at the phenomenon of unidentified aerial objects. We know that a range of entities, including countries, companies, and research organizations, operate objects at altitudes for purposes that are not nefarious, including legitimate scientific research. I want to be clear. We don't have any evidence that there has been a sudden increase in the number of objects in the sky. We're now just seeing more of them partially
That was just a
because
funny
of the
way
steps
to
we've
say that.
taken to increase our radars, to narrow our radars. And we have to keep adapting our approach to dealing with these challenges. That's why I've directed my team to come back to me with sharper rules for how we will deal with these unidentified objects moving forward, distinguishing between those that are likely to pose safety and security risks that necessitate action and those that do not. But make no mistake, if any object presents a threat to the safety and security of the American people, I will take it down.
Okay, great. So it was a weather balloon, apparently. Or some that's not a regular weather balloon. Some sort of research. That's what they're saying. I still think it's aliens. They aren't gonna tell us the truth, son. Especially if it's aliens. And that was the latest breaking news from Ryan Hall News. Now back to the weather with Ryan Hall. We still do have this tornado warning out here. The rotation looks like it has decreased a little bit. Still a frame by frame situation. We're keeping a close eye on it, okay? Andy's watching it. Everybody's watching it, and we're going to dive right back into that as soon as we feel the need to. If there's any updates. Now, down here in Jackson, Mississippi, down here towards Baton Rouge, Louisiana, in the southern extent of our tornado watch zone, nothing is happening really. The looks like the models once again kind of overestimated the dynamics and the support for severe weather today. But we can't let our guard down. When these storms make it up here closer to Tuscaloosa and Birmingham, things could change. Obviously, the conditions are favorable for spinning storms up here because we're seeing one and it's spinning like crazy. So we got to continue to be very watchful of all of these storms that are getting ready to go through an area between Tupelo, Florence, Columbia, Nashville, and Bowling Green. And we got to continue to watch the flash flooding situation up here in Kentucky. Let me give you a real quick update on that. The rain has calmed down significantly for a lot of us here in Eastern Kentucky, and that's great news. And honestly, it looks like a lot of the rain is lifting off to the north right now, so we're going to start to be in that break that we've been looking for. But it's going to start raining harder in southern Ohio and to West Virginia, northeastern Kentucky. Flooding is going to continue to happen there. But as these storms that are producing the tornadoes back here in Tennessee continue to move east, they're going to kind of run this course right here and probably dump a lot more rain in this area tonight. So don't let your guard down. Just because it stops raining, the flood threat is not over. And we've got heavy snow up here in Iowa and Wisconsin and northern Illinois and Michigan. Guys, if you're seeing snow, please send us pictures and videos of it to @RyanHallYall on Twitter. Or any of the other available channels, especially if you have a Yalla-meter. If we get enough submissions today, we're going to do a Yalla-meter giveaway. Thousands of you have bought Yalla-meters, and we have yet to actually do a full-on Yalla-meter coverage, or snowstorm-centric live stream. It's just been a really inactive winter so far, I guess. As far as big snowstorms go. And I'm sorry. But, if you have one and you're up here in Iowa or any of these places that are getting snow, go ahead and send in your report. And we will, if we've got enough people participating, we will do a little something at the end of the stream or towards the middle of it or something. I don't know. Go ahead, Andy.
Hey, Brian, I'm looking at the cell behind our current tornado warning. It's going to track in the same direction. I think you may have mentioned this, but we look at pattern recognition. If this cell up here that just passed through the Holiday area does something, this cell down here near Henderson, Texas, to the southwest is going to track in the same direction and perhaps do something similar. So I think we're going to have an extension of the tornado warning from Nashville office for the northern cell, but I'm expecting the southern cell to maybe ramp up in much the same way near Henderson, Tennessee. So we'll have to look at that one too as it tracks in the same direction.
Awesome. Thank you, meteorologist Andy Hill. So we're going to continue to watch that storm down there near Henderson, but we did just get a new tornado warning, and that is an extension of our tornado warning storm that just went past Holiday. So as soon as we get this polygon here, there it is. We've got a new warning that now includes Waverly and Bold Spring in Tennessee. Get to shelter now if you're in Humphreys County, Tennessee. We're getting awfully close to Dixon now. Once again, this is going to get close to Nashville as the storm continues to move off to the north and east. This is the most active and really dangerous storm of the day so far, and it's heading in a beeline right towards the Waverly, Bold Spring, and Dixon areas in Tennessee. So make sure you guys are getting ready for that. And like Andy said, there's a pretty good amount of rotation in the storm just right behind it. So like I was talking about earlier, because that first storm is doing what it is doing, we now know that future storms will likely do something similar. So we've got to watch it very closely as it continues to move off to the north and east. And because we don't have the Memphis radar, it's really hard to see that storm near Henderson. But we'll be able to get a good view of it here as we continue to see it move off to the north and east. Whoa. Big flooding from Rusty in Loretto, Kentucky. The water's still rising in a lot of these places. Obviously, it's still raining there, but even when the rain stops, if you live in a slightly hilly terrain, you've got to worry about runoff. So, we have a lot of radar holes. Why in the world do we have two radar sites so close to each other right here? I wish you could just pick them up and move them like real easily. Like, let's drag and drop it just a little bit farther over this way because that just makes more sense. Go ahead, Andy.
Hey, Ryan, you can see it now that rotation's really tight for our northern or our tornado warning cell that's headed towards the Waverly area. And some people who are, inspired to look at the radar and chat, if you're following along, you may see that we have lower correlation coefficient values in the line of the storm. But what's happening here is relative to the radar we're looking at from Fort Campbell, It's passing through what may be a sort of a hail core there, and it's hitting objects, non-uniform objects. And what that does to the radar beam thereafter is it scatters it. So after that, we call it non-uniform beam filling. And that will cause some lower correlation coefficient values that are not related to what you may think is debris. So there is no tornado debris signature that we can discern right now. However, this rotation is really tight on the latest scan. So I'm getting more concerned about it. As I say that, it buffs out a little bit, but I just wanted to let you know that you're not seeing a tornado debris signature. You're seeing a little bit of a radar artifact there.
All right. Thank you, Andy. We do have a rotating thunderstorm producing a tornado warning moving up towards Waverly and Bold Spring in Tennessee. And you know, the good news is we've been tracking this thing now for a little while since it was near Holiday, Tennessee. It went past that area. It went over several highways. And now it's, getting close to Waverly and Bold Spring. And we have yet to hear any reports, from what I understand, of an actual funnel cloud or a tornado. So that is
a new tornado warning has been issued.
That is good news, but once again, things could change here. And now we've got a new tornado warning for Smith County, Mississippi. Smith County, Mississippi. So we're going to go down here, and we are going to look at that. That's down here to the south and east of Jackson, south of Forest in Mississippi. And this is in a completely different section of the storm. So let's use radar Omega, and let's go inspect it. Hold on one second. Trying to get this to where it automatically zooms me to it. Let's see if this. This. Boom. Okay. Once again, that's going to be for Smith County, Mississippi. And if we want to look at some of the up close data here, that's your area of rotation. This is the storm that we are looking at that's producing the warning on reflectivity. You can see it kind of looks like a bowing outline, but there is a little bit of a circulation that's happening here, and we do believe that this might be capable of producing a tornado as it moves off to the north and east. Mississippi. Did I say something wrong? Oh. That's funny. Oh man. Okay. Anyways, yeah, so that's what we're looking at down here. Now we have 3 total tornado warnings, which is a record for this stretch of severe weather coverage. But 2 of those are associated with the same storm up there in Tennessee, and we'll go back to that right here in a second. And then the other one is down here in Mississippi. I don't see a whole lot of I don't see a whole lot of rotation here. There definitely is some, and we don't need to let our guard down, but definitely a storm to watch down here north and west of Laurel, Mississippi. And if this continues to produce tornadic rotation, we'll see warnings getting issued all the way up towards Meridian, probably. This storm over here in northern Mississippi near Blue Mountain and Pine Grove is starting to try to rotate a little bit as well. So we'll have to watch it as it goes towards Ripley, Jumpertown, and Corinth. And of course, the most rotating storm that we have right now is over here approaching Waverly and Hurricane Mills in Bakersville in Tennessee. And speaking of places that have been recently devastated by flooding, Waverly, Tennessee, I believe in 2020, is another one of those places. So, unfortunately, that you guys are going to have to deal with some significant weather here again. I don't think it's going to flood, but you definitely have to watch out for this. Go ahead, Andy.
Hey, Ryan, it does look like our Mississippi tornado warning did actually produce a little bit of a spin up there. I think it's a bookend structure, but you can see a debris ball actually pretty clearly just to the southwest of Mize.
All right. Meteorologist Andy Hill taking our attention back to this storm down here that's producing the tornado warning near Mize and Zion Hill. And we believe that this might be a signature showing us that debris is actually being lifted into the air here. So if we do have a tornado, it's going to be right here somewhere between Milton, Zion Hill, and Mize. It's going to go right through Mize. And then from there, it's going to go towards Center Ridge and Mineral Springs. So I am very interested in seeing the next scan there. We're going to move our resources down here. Oh yeah, you can see the rotation a little bit more clearly. That sparked the warning here a couple frames ago, right in there. Great catch from the National Weather Service, of course. And then, yeah, the last couple of frames, you can see the little bit of debris here. Now, I don't know if this is still down. It doesn't really matter. We got to be in our safe spots anyways in Mize. Yeah, we'll have to see. Honestly, we just need to see what the next radar scan looks like. If this goes away, or it looks like it's kind of dispersing a little bit, and I think we're just seeing the after effects of the brief touchdown here. But still, if I'm in Mize, Mississippi, I am getting in my safe spot. Okay, we got an update, and yeah, it looks like it's already dissipating. So, a really interesting, storm there that shows that everything out here needs to be watched closely today. All these little lines, all these little storms could have the potential to do that as time goes on, and those are hard to pinpoint. And just because it's not a big nasty supercell doesn't mean that it can't produce a tornado. Go ahead, Andy.
Yeah, Ryan, we've actually got a new severe thunderstorm warning just on the Mississippi-Tennessee border, and that has a tornado possible tag. When you zoom in on that, you'll see why. We've got some broad rotation there that looks to be pretty significant on both sides of the rotation. So that has my interest now looking from the Columbus, Mississippi radar.
Awesome. Thank you, Andy. Bringing our attention back up here to northern Mississippi, where we looked at this storm earlier. We saw the broad rotation. Looks like it's getting a little bit more intense. And now we've got a severe thunderstorm warning, as we do believe there's 60-mile-an-hour winds and hail around 3/4 of an inch in diameter. And also, there is a tornado possible, as this right here could produce enough rotation to actually cause a tornado. And that's moving right towards Ripley. So if you're watching this channel, you're trying to be more weather aware, okay? And there's not a tornado warning for Ripley yet, But if you want to be the most precautious person in this situation, I would go ahead and take shelter, as this could at any moment produce a tornado. In Ripley, Mississippi. Not apparently producing one right now, but it could very soon.
Hey Ryan, it's Brad. Just letting you know we're still heading north on Highway 45, just south of Boonville, heading to the Corinth area. I'm sure that you've noticed it. That storm to our northwest is really, really ramping up. Got gate-to-gate shear on it now. Wouldn't be surprised to see a tornado warning very shortly on it.
That's where Brad is. He's going this way. The storm's going this way. They're going to meet right here. That's the play-by-play. And when Brad Arnold gets here, he will be able to tell us for sure if there's a tornado down there or not. Because once again, there's only so much you can tell from these Christmassy greens and reds here. It's always nice to have ground reports, and that's what Brad Arnold's going to be giving to us. And, you know, huge shout out to Brad Arnold for hanging north. A lot of our storm chasers, and rightfully so, a lot of our storm chasers are south towards Meridian, right? And these guys are, waiting for these supercells to do something as they move up towards Tuscaloosa. And, but Brad decided to stay back for the cold front passage. And it looks like that was a good idea because he's going to be able to help us see what's going on out here.
A new tornado warning.
We got a new tornado warning for Alcorn County, Mississippi, and Tippah County, Mississippi. And that's for our storm that we've been watching. So that's it's no longer a tornado possible. This is a real tornado warning for Ripley, Tennessee. Okay. And the rotation actually looks fairly significant. It's pretty tight. Pretty good couplet right here as it moves towards the town. Let me put this into motion for you. Try to draw out the general direction. Yeah, if there's a tornado down, it's somewhere in the northwestern Ripley area. And it's going to come right through town, or at least the northern side of town. Obviously, we want everybody in Ripley to
Hey Ryan,
get shelter.
That storm to our northwest just went tornado warned.
Okay, here's Brad. Brad's going to have a good view of it here soon. And by the way, his live video feed is visible above my head. That's Brad's feed. And go ahead, Andy.
Yeah, Ryan. Actually, there's another rotating cell just to the north of that new tornado warning that's headed towards Selmer, Tennessee, in McNairy County. This one's a bit further away from any working radar at the moment since the Memphis radar is down, but that rotation also is still tight at 7,000 feet aloft. I would not be surprised if there were a tornado warning issued for this as well, precautionary.
Okay, thank you very much, Andy. Things are starting to get a little bit busy here as we're seeing multiple rotating thunderstorms now in Mississippi and Tennessee. So we're going to hit these one by one real quick here. We're going to go back and give you an update on the tornado warning that's heading towards Waverly and Hurricane Mills. This is still a very strong storm. Okay, we could have a tornado trying to develop here right near Hurricane Mills in Tennessee, moving between Waverly and Water Valley. I would say if it continues to show signs of strengthening like that, we will see a new tornado warning here within the next 20 minutes or so that will include Dixon, Tennessee, which is a big populated area. I know we got a lot of people watching from that area, so please start to get ready now just in case something happens here. All right. And then, of course, we do have that storm over here near Selmer that might spark a tornado warning here soon. And then a really, prominent storm that is causing some problems here is the one that's moving towards Ripley in Mississippi. Strong rotation, and that's going to continue to move through between the Walnut Creek and Ripley area over the next little bit. Beyond that, it is going to continue to go up towards Silver Springs.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Silver Springs, Collinstown, Crumtown, Crow, and Kossuth. And of course, Corinth, Mississippi is included in this tornado warning. We just got another tornado warning out here in Tennessee, and that's exactly for the storm that we were talking about there. Selmer. Selmer is included in that. Eastview, Stantonville, Adamsville, and Savannah, all in Tennessee, all included in this tornado warning. We now have a total of 4 tornado warnings. Go ahead, Andy.
Yeah, Ryan, I have reason to believe that the Ripley, Mississippi cell, our northern Mississippi tornado warning, was on the ground as well. Seems like a pretty telltale correlation coefficient drop there, tornado debris signature. However, the latest scan on velocity did lighten up a little, so hopefully this was just a brief touchdown. This should
Hey, Ryan, we
reinforce
have a
our friends
CC
in
drop
Ripley
now,
and also
southwest of Corinth.
Kossuth down the line to, of course, take shelter now that we have some radar evidence of some damage possibly being done.
Okay, so guys, this storm has definitely produced at least one tornado here just to the north and west of Ripley. It's probably going to do it again if it's not doing it right now. So we want to take shelter now. I'm going to get back with Brad here and let him know we're watching. Yeah, we see it, and we've got your feed pulled up. Just holler at me if you see anything, and keep us updated. So if you're wondering what this tells us that there is something out here that's putting debris in the air, stuff in the sky that shouldn't be there. The radar knows that all of this correlates, so it's painting it the same color, but this doesn't correlate. So it drops the correlation coefficient, paints it green and blue, and that means that there's leaves, maybe tree limbs, stuff like that up in the air that shouldn't be there. And when we can combine that with an area of rotation like this, we can infer that a tornado is likely what caused that stuff to be there. Like Andy said, though, the most recent updates on the velocity do look like it's trying to calm down a little bit. But as soon as I say that, it looks like the one up here near Selmer is picking up. So right now, there could be another tornado on the ground to the south and west of Selmer, Tennessee. And this is going to move up towards Stantonville in Savannah, Tennessee. Take shelter now. This is getting a little more intense now that these storms have entered this really favorable atmosphere out here. And this is all coming towards places like Waynesboro, Tennessee, Centerville, Tennessee, Dixon, Tennessee, Nashville, Springfield. All you guys in central Tennessee pretty much are in an area that could see tornadoes now, because we know that these storms are capable of producing them. Go ahead, Andy.
Yeah, Ryan, in addition to our tornado threat going on, if you look at the Jackson radar near Winona, Mississippi to the north, along I-55, Viden and Winona, there's a hail spike there. All of a sudden that's shown up. So this is producing some large hail near Winona, Mississippi, about to move into that area along Highway 82. If someone happens to be driving there, they should be wary of the hail that may be falling right now. That's pretty rare to see in the Gulf states, at least. So large hail also potentially falling in this area at the same time as these tornado warnings going off.
All right,
New
so now we have a
tornado
confirmed tornado
upgraded.
warning for Alcorn and Tippah counties in Mississippi. Alcorn and Tippah counties in Mississippi has been upgraded to a confirmed tornado warning. So, guys, we currently have 4 warnings on the board. And obviously, we've got a lot of other things happening as well. But we are going to go through these one by one, once again, and give you an update on everything that's going on here. The Alcorn cell. Let's see here. Hold on one second. I want to read you the text products here from the one that's going through Ripley right now. A tornado warning has issued, the National Weather Service issued a tornado warning for Tippah and Alcorn County in northeastern Mississippi until 2:15 p.m. CST. This is still the radar indicated one, but this has been upgraded to a confirmed tornado warning now. So if you're in the path here, you've got to get to shelter. Let me read here. Okay, yeah, radar confirmed tornado. And as you can see, the velocity is trying to pick up again here. We've got that correlation coefficient evident of debris being lofted into the air. It's unclear if that's happening right now, but it doesn't matter. You shouldn't be outside trying to figure it out. If you're in the northern side of Ripley or if you're in downtown Ripley, it doesn't matter. You need to be in your safe spot, okay? This is now going to move over towards Silver Springs and Walnut Creek within the next little bit. Right after that, it'll go towards Collinstown, Crumtown, and Crow, all right? So this right here is where the tornado is right now. It's going to continue to move in this general direction. And of course, it can make little wobbles along the way. That's why we want everybody to take shelter. And this storm is going directly towards Corinth, Mississippi. So hopefully everybody up there is getting ready for that. Back to the velocity here. Lots of rotation just south of Selmer, Tennessee. I would definitely be in my safe spot if I'm in New Lawton, Crump, Savannah, or Morris Chapel or Bucktown in Tennessee, as that's definitely going to cause some problems as these storms continue to move off to the east. And then up here near Nashville, let's give it another update on this. And boy, that is another concerning increase in activity here with the rotation as this storm approaches Dixon, Tennessee. So definitely we might have a tornado down here, or at least trying to come down near Hurricane Mills and Water Valley, just to the south of Waverly. That's going to try to continue to go right up towards the Dixon, Tennessee area. So we want everybody to get ready for that. And of course, we've got another one way down here in southern Mississippi that we want to watch. This one had a correlation coefficient drop, meaning that there was debris in the air for a brief period of time that has since went away. But there's still a lot of broad rotation in this storm, and any small area like this could produce another tornado. So we want to stay in our safe spots all the way up into places like Mineral Springs and Silvarna. Sorry, I just randomly got the sniffles. Anyways, back up here to the north a little bit. Memphis being down sucks right now. Let me put some stuff together here. Honestly, still an impressive area of rotation just to the north of Ripley. I think it did briefly calm down a little bit, but I think it's trying to ramp back up now. So we could have new debris trying to be lofted up here as this storm moves off to the east. Look, this is where the tornado hit the ground. All right, just to the west of Ripley. This is where we started seeing leaves and stuff getting lofted into the air. This is where I believe probably that first initial tornado started to dissipate. And now we've got a new one trying to form up here. And guess what? Storm chaser Brad Arnold is on it. I don't know what's wrong with my thing. Try it. Try to hit chaser 1. Nothing. Okay. So this is a live view from Storm Chaser Brad Arnold, who's actually just a couple of miles away from where this tornado could be happening right now over here near Ripley in Mississippi. He's just south of Corinth, and he's giving us a live view of the storm. Let's check in with him here. Brad, we're watching you, and we are watching the radar here. We've seen a couple of, intense moments, and it's obviously cycling. But do you see anything with the eye that we're not seeing on the radar? Anything to report on just yet?
No, nothing just yet. I'm trying to get a better view of it. A lot of trees, obviously. We do have a decent vantage point, though. It's still a little bit ways away from us. Like you said, it is cycling right now. It looks like it may have ingested some convection in the inflow of the storm. But as it's cycling, if it produces again, it's going to get dangerously close to Corinth. That is my big worry right now. So we're on the southeast side of it right now, as you can see. Very, very dark clouds. Low clouds, a low cloud deck. As soon as I see something, I will let you know.
All right. Thank you, Storm Chaser Chris. Oh, not Chris. Brad Arnold. Oops. Anyways, we've got a little bit of a significant situation trying to unfold here, as we've definitely seen a couple of tornadoes happen within the last little bit. So I unfortunately, I think we're still on the cusp of what's going to happen here. I think these storms will continue to produce tornadoes as they approach places like Waynesboro, Linden, Centerville, and even Nashville, Tennessee. And hopefully by the time they get there, they'll weaken or they'll be in a cycling stage or whatever. But right now we have to prepare for the worst. Still got a really good area of a healthy storm rotation here near Bethpage and Water Valley in Tennessee. This is the storm that I believe that they will reissue a new tornado warning for within the next little bit that will include Tennessee City and possibly Dixon. Yeah, more than likely it will include Dixon. And we do have a brand new tornado watch as well. National Weather Service has issued a new tornado watch for 1.7 million people in Alabama and a little bit of Mississippi through 8 p.m. Central. This includes Birmingham, Tuscaloosa, Demopolis, Selma, Thomasville, Waynesboro, and Monroeville. A few tornadoes are likely. Isolated hail up to quarter size is possible, and scattered wind gusts up to 70 miles per hour is possible. Once again, guys, if you know anybody out here in the affected areas, things are getting legit now. Things are getting serious. We need to do everything we can to try to get the information out because a lot of people might have stopped paying attention since we got a slow start here. We don't want anybody to be surprised what's getting ready to happen here. Go ahead, Andy.
Hi, Ryan. I'm going to direct your attention down to southern Mississippi, south of the current tornado warning there near Taylorsville, near Tylertown on the Louisiana border. We've got 2-3 rotating cells now starting up, different rotations that are maturing rather quickly. So Bassfield maybe down the line, Collins Seminary, or Bassfield, sorry. So that area is one that I'm also watching for new development since we haven't been looking down there as much.
Okay, thank you very much, meteorologist Andy Hill, for the update. You can see the inflow trying to work itself into these storms and cause a big problem here. We just got a new tornado warning for Dixon County in Tennessee. All right, so now you guys, like I said, you guys are in that tornado warning now.
Tornado warning.
We also have a new tornado warning for Jasper County, Mississippi. We're up to 6 warnings now. Let's see here. This is the polygon for the Dixon storm. And I do want to take us over to the chaser view here. Let's look at what storm chaser Brad Arnold is seeing. What you're looking at here is a live view of the storm that is getting ready to go into Corinth. Okay. Corinth, Mississippi. Guys, we've got tornado warnings all the way up and down a line from Nashville, just west of Nashville, to near Hattiesburg, Mississippi. And then right in the middle here, we've got this big nasty storm near Corinth that storm chaser Brad Arnold is on. And as you can see, it looks pretty nasty as the storm is still producing a lot of rotation. It's still got its oomph to it. It is no longer producing a tornado debris signature, which is good news. But this storm did produce a tornado near Ripley, Tennessee, just moments ago. So it has the ability to do that again if it wants to, I guess. So the unfortunate thing is the timing of this is going to put the reformation of a new tornado somewhere around Corinth. So hopefully everybody up there is taking shelter right now. And of course, I'll show you up close that polygon for the Dixon, Tennessee warning right here. My goodness. Yeah, that's still a very impressive storm, very healthy. It's crazy how long this has been rotating now. We started tracking this way back here. So it's went through Holiday, Eagle Creek, Hurricane Mills, and now it's getting ready to get into Tennessee City, Hillcrest, Oak Grove, Pond, Dixon, and Charlotte, Tennessee. And, you know, this is really, really close to Nashville. If this storm continues to rotate as it moves off to the east, it will get, I don't know if it'll make a direct hit to Nashville, but it'll definitely come close. Whether or not it does, there are several other storms that are going to be capable of producing dangerous situations here throughout southern Tennessee. So make sure.
Hey Ryan, it's Brad. Just letting you
tuned.
know, I was able to see through the trees. There is a distinct lowering. No ground confirmation yet, but definitely a wall cloud on this.
All right. So Brad Arnold is saying that there is definitely a wall cloud on this storm that's coming into Corinth. No confirmation of a tornado on the ground though, which is good news. That could change really quickly though, so we want to stay in our safe spots. It's a live view from Corinth, or just south of Corinth, looking west. And that's a nasty storm. You don't have to know anything about weather to understand what's coming for you there if you're in Corinth. I see, by the way, I see a lot of you guys are sending me updates and pictures from the flooding and snow side of the storm. We're going to get to that as soon as we can. But for now, I want you to continue to send me that stuff because it's important. But we are obviously kind of locked in on our tornado situation here in Mississippi and Tennessee. Checking in on all of our storms one at a time. Again, that newest warning for Mississippi was an extension of the warning for the southernmost storm. Still have rotation down here. This storm did produce a tornado warning, an actual tornado down near Mize. It's a little bit messier, but I would still get in my safe spot if I'm in Bay Springs or Rose Hill. And then going a little bit farther north, we can see that the storm that we've been looking at near Corinth, that definitely has some rotation on it here, definitely has a lowering, definitely has the potential to produce a new tornado here somewhere between Silver Springs and Collinstown. All right, so if you live down here, the storm's going to continue to move up in this direction towards Allentown and Biggersville, pretty much directly towards where Brad Arnold is right now. So we'll see. Once again, he's got a great view of it. This is actually a remarkably clear view of the base of the storm. So we'll see what happens there. The storm that was producing a really a pronounced rotation signature near Selmer, it has now stopped doing that a little bit. Definitely still some rotation here. Definitely still a concerning storm, but not as much rotation just yet. We'll see what happens there as this continues to move off to the east. And then, of course, we're still watching very closely the storm that's about to move into Dixon, Tennessee. Now, I've got some good news about this one. There's a whole lot of convection now trying to sneak in front of this storm. It's really going to try to choke off any inflow that the storm has. Now, does that mean it's going to go away? No, but it is better than if that wasn't happening. There's still a really impressive little couplet here could be producing a tornado or about to as it moves towards Tennessee City. Take shelter if you're in Tennessee City, Tennessee, Dixon, Mount Lebanon, Charlotte, or White Bluff. All these places are in the path of a tornadic supercell thunderstorm. Ripley, Mississippi. Just looking through, seeing if there's any updates. Yeah, we did have a sizable tornado debris signature just moments ago near Ripley, Mississippi. That has since dissipated, but the storm is still trying to produce a new tornado, and that is what Brad Arnold is looking at there in his camera view. We do have 6 tornado warnings in effect. Okay, so those last couple of frames there, as with the storm coming into Dixon, do look better. Not the best, but better. So let's hope that this continues to try to fall apart here. But still, very strong storm coming towards Dixon, Tennessee. Down here in Mississippi, we do still see that there is some rotation here near Crumtown and Crow. No signs of a tornado, though. We've got Storm Chaser Brad Arnold right here looking directly at it, and you can actually see that through his camera view. Yes, absolutely. The storm is headed towards Nashville, the one that's coming into Dixon. But I really think that it's gonna have to fight to survive the convection that's surrounding it. As far as continuing to be a tornadic storm, it'll be a strong storm regardless. Go ahead, Andy.
Yeah, Ryan, just updating you on the southern Mississippi cells that I'm looking at. I think that we may see a new possible tornado warning coming in for Bassfield. Did it again. Bassfield has been, it's gone from that, more linear look to starting to hook up a little bit and become more of a bean. And I do see some possible tight rotation there. I don't think that is a correlation coefficient drop. It looks a little bit suspicious to me, but I'm monitoring this area. I would not be surprised if Bassfield was included in a new tornado warning soon. So y'all watch out down in that area.
All right. Thank you, Andy. This is where Bassfield is. This is the storm that we're talking about, starting to try to, just make the shape here that we look for in rotating thunderstorms. And also, you can see very clearly that we have that rotation here near Society Hill. So y'all watch out in Bassfield, in Cantwell Mill, Society Hill, Ebenezer. No warning yet, but Just know that it could be coming. So once again, because this storm did what it did, this storm will do what it does. Does that make sense? Like this is like setting the tone for what this will do. But honestly, in a day like today, this one actually looks a little bit more organized. So this could be even stronger once it gets kind of set in stone and what it wants to do. And remember, guys, these storms are going to go all the way up into Birmingham. So we're still in the beginning stages of watching what these storms are going to do. We've got probably till about 7 p.m. before the tornado threat really goes down a lot. And by the way, you see Brad Arnold zooming in on that storm up there near Corinth, Mississippi, above my head. This is what that storm looks like on radar. Less rotation than what we have seen, but it is trying to get a little bit more impressive again. It's recycling. This is what we've been talking about. We saw this produce a tornado back here near Ripley. It stopped, and now it's going to try to ramp up again. And look, there's not a lot of stuff out in front of it to stop it. So thank goodness we have Storm Chaser Brad Arnold right where he is, because he's got the perfect view of the process of what this storm is doing. If it produces a tornado, we will see it right here through his camera. We are down to 3 tornado warnings. The other one's up here in Dixon, Tennessee. Dixon County, Tennessee, and the city of Dixon is under this warning. But thankfully, the rotation looks a lot less, concerning now. If you look back here a couple of frames, that is, strong rotation, very tight couplet. And then if you come to the present time, we still have rotation, but it's more broad, which means that there's a less likely chance that there's a tornado down with this. But there's still a tornado warning. You can still see a little bit of a hook there. So this could put down a new tornado as it moves through Dixon here. So we want everybody to stay in their safe spots. Yeah, the storm that's approaching Dixon, Tennessee right now is very quickly kind of falling apart, which is great news. But you're still under a tornado warning, so we want to continue to take it seriously and stay in our safe spots. We've got a new mesoscale discussion out 5 minutes ago. Severe risk is gradually increasing, including local tornado risk in the red circle there. Brad is zoomed in on something. Brad, what are you zoomed in on there? We're having a hard time seeing through the trees. Anything going on? Anything suspicious?
Yeah, that's the lowering off in the distance. We're seeing rapidly rising scud, as well as rotation underneath the main meso right there. I don't think anything on the ground right now, but it could definitely be here in just a little bit. Seeing a lot of circulations underneath it as well.
Oh wow. Yeah, this is organizing pretty quickly. Yeah, it looks like it's reorganizing right on top of you there. So we've got you pulled up full. Just holler at us if anything happens. Yeah, so this storm that produced a tornado back near Ripley, Mississippi, is going to try to do it again up here just like really close to Corinth. And that's where Brad Arnold is right now. And you can see the motion of the clouds there at the base of the storm. You can see the rotation, and definitely looks a little concerning here. Try to figure out, is this, let me ask you guys something. Do some live production. Raider. Is that too small? Like, can you not see that? I would like to have this still here, but not cover too much of the the screen. So this is the area of rotation right here. This is where Brad Arnold is, and this is the live feed that we're looking at here. And you can see that last update there definitely looks a little sus. If you're just now tuning in, this is a live look from Storm Chaser Brad Arnold in just south of Corinth, Mississippi, where there is a tornado warning. We're watching a rotating thunderstorm getting ready to move right over his location. He's done a great job of picking a spot to just kind of sit and watch the storm approach him. And now he's getting ready to take a direct hit, and he's actually going to be right underneath. If he doesn't move at all, he'll be right underneath where the tornado would likely be, if there is going to be one. And we have seen Brad be inside of a tornado pretty much before on this stream, so he doesn't care to do it. But the good news is having Brad out there will allow us to tell you exactly where the tornado is, if there is one, and where it's going, how intense it is, how fast
We got a
it's going.
distinct funnel right here.
Oh yeah, I see it. Oh yeah, you guys see it right there. We've got rotation. It's coming together right there in front of us. Wow. Once again, this is a live view from Brad Arnold. He is currently on Highway 45, or is that interstate? Yeah, Interstate 45 on the side of the road, looking to the west at a rotating section of the storm.
Right, if it's going to drop probably less than a half mile away from us.
It's going to drop. So right now, what we're looking at is a developing tornado between Interstate 45, where Brad is, and Allentown. Okay, so literally that funnel cloud is over a residential area. You guys know where County Road 512 is, and you know all these places. That's literally exactly where the storm is. And now it's getting ready to move literally right over his location. From there, if it doesn't produce a tornado right here, right now,
tornado warning has been issued.
Then it is probably going to produce one somewhere over here near Jobs or Farmington. All right. But yeah, that's a distinct. Wow, this is insane. This is crazy. Once again, another really good example of why it's so important to have the storm chasers involved. We would not be able to tell this is exactly what's happening just by looking at these colors on a map. But you can very clearly see the swirling here. You can see that rotation. You can see that there's a tornado trying to touch down. It's not going to take much to make it happen. Okay, so it looks like they're going to try to move. You got to keep two things in mind. They're going to want to get out of the way of the tornado, and they don't want to get enveloped in this big rain, this big area of rain to kind of obstruct the view of it. So they'll be back, pointing us back towards the tornado, and we're going to go back to the radar coverage for a second. Keep his videos right above us. Brad, as soon as you get pointed back around towards it, let us know. Great job from Brad, really. This is still producing a tornado warning that goes all the way out to Kendrick, Pine Flat, Red Sulphur Springs, and Burnsville. It does look like the tornado or the tornadic circulation is going south of the town of Corinth, but still it's on its way to Farmington, Glens, and Crossroads here.
Copy that.
And speaking of the rain, yeah, he's getting ready to get into it really good here. Wow. So even if you don't get a tornado, in Corinth and places around there, this is a strong storm, as you can see.
A new tornado warning has
All
been
right,
issued.
so we've got a lot of other tornado warnings to cover as well. Let's go through them while Brad tries to find this thing for us again and gives us another update. We're going to look at all of these and let you know what's going on. First of all, there are no more tornado warnings in or around Nashville, Tennessee. That one that was producing a tornado to the west of Dixon has weakened substantially. Now, though, we do have more tornado warnings popping up down here in Mississippi. One of those is going to be down here to the south and west of Meridian. Let's go take a look at it really quick. Not a lot of rotation with this one still. I think that newest warning's going to be for this. Am I right? Yeah. Okay. So the storm that we were watching earlier over here near Bassfield is now looking pretty intense again, and it's starting to curl up. We've got a new area of rotation near Ebenezer, and the National Weather Service has issued a new tornado warning that does include Bassfield. So take shelter if you're in Bassfield, Mississippi, Collins, Station Creek, or Oak, Bowery, any of these places. You've got to be in your safe spot. You can see very clearly where that rotation is. It's right here. And then the rotation on that storm that Brad Arnold just gave us a view of is still ramping up. Like, it still looks more and more, I guess, interesting as it moves off to the east. Chris Hall's right here. So Chris Hall is also going to be able to give us a view of this storm, as he's probably going to try to intercept it somewhere between the border of Mississippi and Tennessee. And as soon as, Brad gets out of this rain shaft here in where he is, he should have another view of an even more impressive formation than what we saw earlier. This might actually be down now. Hard to tell for sure, but we can't rule it out. Okay, we've got Brad back, his feedback, but I don't think he's seeing anything just yet. Okay, he looks like he's pointing us back around here. So we'll keep up with him. And by the way, guys, if you want to keep up with his location as well, Brad is one of our storm chasers that's actually visible in the Radar Omega app. So I know a lot of you guys have it. If you just turn the cyclone ports on, you can see Brad's little picture there, little icon, and that's his exact location. You can click on it, see his video. Man, there's there's 250 of y'all watching him in the app right now. That I know a lot of you have gotten Radar Omega today. I appreciate that. They support us, so it only makes sense that we support them. And honestly, it makes us like just having all these tools available makes doing the weather easier. It makes it better for you. It's just a really nice piece of software. Sorry, was that loud? That's something I either don't know how to do it or it's not an option. I don't know if I can mute the chaser feeds in the app. It's probably an option. I haven't done it. A lot of people are asking for an update on Dixon, Tennessee. The good news is the storm that was producing the tornado warning for Dixon has fallen apart completely, and it is no longer even rotating, really. So this is no longer a problem. It is going to be a strong storm. It is something that we have to watch, but it's not producing any tornado right now. Now the new areas to watch. If it's, let's say we're in Nashville, let's say we're in this area, and we're trying to figure out, okay, what do we need to be on the lookout for here? There's a couple different things. First of all, obviously you've got this storm that just went through Dixon. That's going to bring some heavy rain, possibly some hail up there into Hendersonville and areas just north of Nashville. But we've got a new storm forming up down here to the south of Dixon that has a lot of just wide open space under it. This one can try to act like some of the other ones and quickly form a mesocyclone and a rotating area before it makes it into the city. Is that going to happen? I can't tell you. All we can do is not forecast, but nowcast as we continue to watch the latest radar updates. So Nashville, the storms are closing in on you. Just like we said hours ago, it looked like about 4 o'clock when this was going to go down Eastern in Nashville. And that's exactly probably when we're going to see these storms arrive. So I'm watching this one very closely. There's also other ones that are forming down to the south here that might not affect Nashville directly, but the outskirts, Smyrna, Franklin, Murfreesboro, we're watching you guys as well. Brad stopped in the road here, boy. Oh, no, he's just kind of lagged out a little bit. I see. And by the way, the flooding and stuff is still going on out here in Kentucky. Robin Hood says Silver Creek in Berea, Kentucky has already become a raging river. More rain is on the way. We got Carrie down here camping at the Daytona International Speedway ahead of the Daytona 500. And we're on the side of the camper, bulls. I'm humbled. I'm honored. Thank you. Smyrna. I swear there's another state that pronounces it Smyrna. I can't remember which one. So the rotation on that storm that Brad is on has also started to let up a little bit, kind of becoming a little bit outflow dominant. So we'll see what happens with that. We got to watch these other storms down here to the south. We got to watch these. Georgia. Okay, so actually there are several states that pronounce it Smyrna, and Tennessee is the odd one out. I see how it is. How much more flooding will Eastern Kentucky see? Schools let out at noon, and everything is flooded. So the good news is we're experiencing a little bit of a break, a lull in activity with the rain in a lot of Eastern Kentucky. Now, of course, up here in northeastern Kentucky, it's still raining pretty heavily. But what's going to happen is this dry area right here is going to move to the north and east. So it'll stop raining in areas up and through here. But then another round of rain is going to come through tonight and probably drop at least another couple inches of rain. So what we need to do is we need to hope for the storms. We need to hope that there's a good break in between them. So like here in Pikeville, it's been a couple of hours since it's really rained, and a lot of the water is going down. But when that secondary round comes through tonight, we could see another big influx of rain, but it's not going to cause as bad as flash flooding if it would have happened immediately afterward. There are no tornado warnings in Tennessee other than this little sliver of the one that is for Corinth. Oof. Are we back? This storm right here is the little storm that could. Look at that thing. Started off down here near Ripley. Did the thing. Died off. And then started doing the thing again. And now I think it's going to try to do it again here. We have many odd pronunciations around Nashville. I've noticed a lot of McMillanins. Every town is mix something in. Not every town, but a lot of them. Oh boy, we've got good old Barry Bones tuning in. Always a good thing to see Barry Bones being hyper weather aware here. This is the most weather aware dog on earth. And this is not a trick. This is not, Barry's not thinking that there's a treat behind that TV. He actually cares about the weather. And we know this because for well over a year now, during every live stream, we've gotten an update from him. And he's always just as tuned in as you see him here. So we love Barry Bones. That's your mascot. I mean, essentially, yeah. So the storm down here near Bassfield, moving towards Collins and Seminary, it's having a hard time. It's not showing a lot of significant signs of rotation. But, I mean, hey, we're going to continue to watch it. We're going to see what happens here. It is going to move into a more favorable environment over the next hour or so, so we'll see. And our storm up here that Brad Arnold's on, the one that just went through Corinth, storm chaser Chris Hall is also getting pretty close to it. So you can see what it looks like in the distance there through Chris Hall's camera. Barry can see color. Yeah, he knows how to find the correlation, coefficient drops, the velocities. He knows all of it.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
I wonder why we didn't see that. I think that I just had to, I think I had it in a weird spot. We'll try it again here in a second. But a new tornado warning has been issued. Let's see where it is. Okay. It is a little extension of the warning that, includes parts of Mississippi and Tennessee. Alabama said, hey, we want in. And they added this little piece over here that includes Waterloo. And the storm through, by the way, that storm is the one that we're looking at here through Chris's feed. He's a little bit farther away from it than Brad was, but you can see that it still looks pretty ominous down there. Alabama does not want in. You could have fooled me. Somebody asked about Alabama, and I do think that Alabama still looks pretty supportive for tornadic development later this evening. There's going to be a pretty good amount of a shear in the atmosphere. There's going to be, a lot of energy. There has been some, early convection that's kind of taken away some of the instability. These storms already exist, and they're going to continue to move up to the north and east. So we'll see what happens. We got an update from Chandra, our creative director here upstairs. She's above me right now, watching the stream. Weather House views, and of course, since she is our creative director, she's on shopryanhall.com, making it a better site or something. Whatever she does. No, she does a great job. If you're just now tuning in, this is continuous live severe weather coverage. We're going over all these tornado warnings that are happening down south.
I just want to let you know we had to pull off from that storm that we were on, that tornado warning storm in northeast Mississippi. The road network, there's no way we're going to catch up to it. The Tennessee River right there just makes things really, really awful as far as the road network goes, and we were falling further and further behind it. So we're actually going to turn back around and try to get some of these cells that are back to the southwest that appear to be strengthening northwest of Tupelo.
All right. So that's an update from Storm Chaser Brad Arnold. Anyways, we've got all of our storm chasers keeping an eye on the storms down here in Mississippi, but we've also got a couple of other things going on, okay? We've got tornado warnings down here in southern Mississippi. We've got a tornado warning right here on the border between Mississippi, Alabama, and Tennessee. We've got some strong storms getting ready to move through Nashville, but nothing tornadic right now. And we have some really heavy rain moving through Kentucky. We've had tons of reports of flooding out of here. Now in Virginia or West Virginia, we're starting to see a lot of different reports coming in from water over the roadways in the McKinney Creek Road, Southern Ohio. There's multiple highways closed in Southern Ohio thanks to all this rain. Like a lot of places between Charleston and Ashland along I-64 here have been receiving a ton of rain, and now they are, we're getting the flooding, and the rain's not even close to being over. This is going to continue training over you guys, and it's going to cause some big problems. And then we got more coming tonight. It'll be early in the morning tomorrow before it's done raining out here. The good news is that a lot of southern Kentucky in this area has got a break from the rain, but it will be coming back. And then, of course, we've got snow up here in Milwaukee, where we are measuring somewhere around 4 or 5 inches. Back here towards Des Moines, I know there's got to be some reports out here of more than 5 inches, because we had a Yalameter submission not too long ago showing 5 inches, or actually it was a couple hours ago, and it's been snowing ever since. So if you live out here and you're getting snow today up here in Michigan, Wisconsin, Illinois, or Iowa, or any place that's getting snow, please send us your Yalameter submissions, or just send me your snow pics. I want to see snow. All right, and then we'll look at them all. We're going to compile them all, and I think we're getting a lot of submissions. And if we are, if we got enough, then we're going to pick one of you that sent a snow report, and we're going to send you money. I mean, hey, it makes it fun. And I don't think there's any other weather place or any other media outlet at all that just relays the weather where you can get money. $1,000 for sending in a snow report. I mean, come on now. We're going to run this into the ground just so we can get pictures of snow. Ryan, water break, hydrate. Good idea. I come prepared. Oh my goodness. I was thirsty, y'all. If you can't tell. It's so annoying to take little sips every once in a while, you know? So why take mini sip when one big sip do trick? I almost drowned myself there. Anyways, Rusty sending this in. More flooding going on out there. Hydration is key. Absolutely. Let the man hydrate.
Hey Ryan, this is Chris. I'm getting into the middle of this tornado warning cell. Definitely still has rising scud. I don't think that the storm's done trying. It may be trying to cycle, but there's no good road network to get up and back in front of it. by the time I can get back north. So I'm probably going to shoot back south as well for just a little bit and see how these storms organize as they move on back to the north.
All right, that was an update from Storm Chaser Chris Hall. I'm just browsing the radar here, seeing if there's anything of anything to note. And there might be something right down yonder here near Sartonville and Salem in Mississippi. It's an unwarned area of circulation that's not incredibly intense right now, but it's following the path of the same, some of the storms that have produced tornado warnings. So we're going to watch that one closely. And there, these tornado warnings that exist right now for Bassfield and Collins, and then also the one up here for Folk and Rose Hill, there's not a lot of rotation with those right now. It could cycle back up, but the original area of rotation that prompted those warnings is no longer with us. Nashville, things are probably looking a little dark off to your west. Do we have a RAILFAN from Nashville? Will you go to the YouTube channel, Virtual RAILFAN, and they should have a bunch of live videos. See if there's anything in Nashville or around there. I feel like they do. Oh, so sad. We've been forecasting the snow situation for Chicago for a while, and we've made it incredibly evident that you're going to be right on the line between rain and snow. And it looks like this Yalameter is just wet today in Chicago, as they've just been receiving a wintry mix so far. That is going to change. There will eventually be some snow. But this would have been a really heavy accumulating system for you guys if it had been all snow. Here's a picture from Midland, Michigan, from Jeffrey Curtis, 3 to 6 inches, and it's getting heavier. Here's another Yalameter waiting on snow. Before the snow started at 1 p.m. And this is also in Michigan. So we've got a lot of people out there up here where it's snowing with Yalameters. And somebody's watching us on their fridge. That's awesome. Anything in Tennessee at all? Where? What are some names of towns? I don't think that. Nah. Is that all? Okay. We'll keep Des Moines until it stops snowing. And by the way, just for anybody that's new here, if you see me keep looking over here and talking to somebody, I'm not talking to myself. I'm not crazy. Carly, introduce you. Well, turn your camera on. We'll introduce Carly real quick. This is somebody. This is Carly. She's helping me with the production, helping me make things happen on the screen so I can focus on the radar and on yolometers. Everybody say thank you to Carly. Here is another snow measurement from Trent. About 3 or 4 inches in Iowa. Based on the radar, I figured there'd be more. But I don't know which part of Iowa you're in. I guess around Des Moines, there should be a little bit more than that. And there is a new severe thunderstorm warning for this storm over here in Kentucky. So something interesting is happening here where, we had all this rain. We're getting a little bit of a break in this area, but that break's going to come to an end in the form of a big squall line. This is going to be a very strong line of storms that's going to come through, produce maybe damaging winds in Somerset, 60-mile-an-hour winds, small hail too. So get ready for that. Still watching this tornado warned cell up here around the border of Tennessee, Alabama, and Mississippi. But the rotation has really went down with it. And that's the storms down here in southern Mississippi no longer have any tornado warnings with them. So all tornado warnings down here have been allowed to expire. I wouldn't be surprised if we saw a new one, though, right in through here. That one is going to come up to the north and east as well. Teresa Williams says this is a half hour after it started, 3 p.m. Eastern in Harrietta, Michigan, 30 minutes east of Manistee Lake, Michigan. So almost an inch. And because you sent that in, we are going to add you to the list. And at the end of the stream, or at some point here, we are gonna do a fun little giveaway. As soon as we don't have like any tornado warnings, we're gonna do something like that. Omaha, Nebraska, about 7 inches of snow. And the next time it snows in your neck of the woods, if you want to have a big fancy snow measurement device like that, you can get one from our website. Oh my God. This is like the third one I've seen. People just recorded it. I was thirsty. If you're just now tuning in, this is live severe weather coverage. We are talking about storms all up and down from Nashville to Jackson, Mississippi to Birmingham, all the way up into Somerset, Kentucky. We don't have anything like immediately concerning to look at just yet. There's a couple severe thunderstorm warnings. There is a tornado warning that's probably going to be allowed to expire here soon. So we're honestly just taking a breather and goofing off a little bit, but just in case we get back into the more significant kind of tornado tracking mode that we've been in. It is Thirsty Thursday, yes. Yeah, the most interesting storm, or concerning, I should say, is probably this one up here to the north and west of Columbia, Mississippi. No warning on it yet, but we're watching it. We're watching it closely. Let's see here. It seems like we have rail cameras, Chattanooga, yeah, Jonesboro. Yeah, we didn't have anything in Nashville. Kay says, thanks for your coverage today. Thanks for being a member for 13 months. Any reports of acid rain in the Ohio area? No. Mark says, little over an inch here in Middleton, Wisconsin. Not much, but schools are closed. Hey Ryan, who's your pick for the Daytona 500? I don't know. I don't follow it. Do you follow it? Dude, I'm sorry. I'm always disappointed when I can't answer your questions like that. Somebody asked me last night about my bourbon collection. I'm just not that cool. I just like weather, man. That's about it. I use your streams to brief my team when severe weather hits Nashville. I'm glad we could help. Speaking of Nashville, let's go look at that. Let's go look at Nashville real quick, because I know we got a lot of people tuning in from over there. Still a big line of storms approaching from the west. The good news is that I don't see anything tornadic in that line. Definitely going to be a strong storm, don't get me wrong, but it's not going to be really bad, I don't think, as far as a tornadic situation goes. And I think we got a camera. It's not the best, but here it is. Nashville. But we'll be able to see that storm move in over the next little bit here. What does warn count 2 mean? All that means is that there are currently 2 tornado warnings. And those 2 tornado warnings are the ones that we've been talking about, where the rotation in them has calmed down quite a bit. And there's just really nothing new to say about them. They'll probably be allowed to expire. But if they aren't, then we will update you on that. There's the rotation right there, still a little bit. No indication of a tornado being down. We still want you to be in your safe spots if you're in Hardin County, Tennessee. I'm just kind of interested in seeing this storm come through Nashville. It does look like it's going to pack a little bit of a punch, especially on the southern side. Let me put this into motion. Yeah, that's going to be some really heavy rain, maybe some small hail, and some really gusty winds moving through Nashville here within the next, just a little bit. Mom Squad, thank you very much for that. Ian Taylor says, I'm in Nashville by the BNA airport. Do I need to be worried at all? Still a threat of a tornado. There is, on a day like today, there is always a small threat for a tornado, but it's not huge. So really the biggest threat's going to be just for general thunderstorm stuff, like cloud to ground lightning, maybe some strong winds, heavy rain, some hail. Ooh, our storm down here near Collins is showing slight signs of intensification. You can see it's trying. It's very slight, but it's trying to bend. It's trying to do the thing. Okay, it's less linear because the inflow is trying to make this storm rotate. And we can see that very clearly on the velocity. What this is showing us is wind speed and direction. Green is stuff going towards the radar. The red is winds going away from the radar. That indicates counterclockwise rotation. So if this next scan looks more intense, we'll have to consider the fact that the National Weather Service may issue a new tornado warning for this. Go ahead, Andy.
Hey, Ryan. It's been a while since I last chimed in, but perhaps another area of interest that is beginning to rotate or show some signs of stronger rotation on one side exists in northeast Mississippi near Booneville. And I think Chris, Brad, and Nick are all in place for this. It's starting to wrap up just a bit here. Not sure if they will issue a tornado warning for this rotation yet, but if it continues this trend in the last few scans, I imagine it'll be worth one. Yes. So y'all watch out. It's over
tornado
Boone.
warning
Well,
has been issued.
I was not fast enough, was I?
All right, there it is. New tornado warning for Prentiss and Tishomingo counties in Mississippi. And that's going to be for this storm right here that's also trying really hard to curl up and produce a tornado. Now, the rotation is happening. in a pretty broad area. Sorry, I gotta move this back. But this storm is really in a position to kind of rapidly intensify, kind of like what we saw some of those earlier storms do. So that's what we're concerned about here near Boonville. We've got a developing tornado maybe on the northern side of town, and that's going to continue to intensify and move off to the east here towards altitude, Holcut, and potentially even Padden and what is this? Luca in Mississippi as we go forward. So this is our new tornado warning, the one that we've really got to be watching here. We're going to watch this scan by scan, and we're going to make sure that we don't miss anything here because, this is in the same environment that produced some of the tornadoes that we saw earlier. Now, none of those hit any big, populated areas, I don't think, but they definitely lifted debris into the air. So, knowing that these storms are capable of doing that means that they mean business. So we're going to watch this very closely. And the good news is we got storm chasers here. So once again, MVP storm chaser Brad Arnold and his Nick Gorman are going to be in the perfect position to give us a view of this storm as it gets closer to them near Luca. And Chris Hall is also with him. So we're going to have multiple angles. Amy says, I've been with the channel for over a year. I always turn to Ryan when I want to know what the weather will do. Thanks, y'all. Well, thank you, Amy. Being a member for a year, that's awesome. I plan on doing this for many more years to come. I love weather, if you can't tell. Iuka. My bad. I thought it was an L. That doesn't make sense, though, because right there's an L. Duh, Ryan. That's what an L looks like. So one of the things that might happen with this storm is we start to see it become a little bit more outflow dominant in this section. But if we do start to see it curl up a little bit here, we might have a bad situation on our hand. The good news is the last frame there looks a little bit less impressive with the velocities, but we're not taking our eyes off of it. Video from Chris Hall in Iuka, Mississippi. And you can hear the sirens are going off. Will Eastern Kentucky be getting hit by anything soon? Yes. There's actually a pretty potent squall line that's getting ready to come through. Let me take you up there real quick. Sorry. So we've got a really strong line of storms coming through from Danville down towards Monticello. Somerset's under a severe thunderstorm warning for 60-mile-an-hour winds. That's going to continue to go forward. It's going to go pretty much directly east and probably end up affecting London, Corbin, Jackson, Hazard, and Pikeville eventually. And that's going to bring a lot of rain with it too. It's cold. We make it less cold. Thank you. We've had the hardest time regulating the temperature. And I think it's just because I'm picky. But I just keep randomly getting the sniffles. What? It'll go off. Ryan, do you think central Alabama will have any tornadoes later this evening, or does it look like... No, like it doesn't look like it's going to be winding down. There's definitely going to be some sort of something that happens in central Alabama. I can't tell you definitively what that's going to be, but we'll be here to let you know when it happens. It does look slightly less concerning than what it did look like earlier, but only slightly. I'm in Northwest Georgia, and I can't wait to test my weather station with the storms coming in. Keep up the good work. That is going to be fun. Ain't nothing like just looking at the weather station as the winds blow and the rain falls. Not many y'alls for Davenport, Iowa. That is one stylish pup right there. What is the best weather app to use for iPhone? If you're talking about one that like does a forecast, I don't know. I would just like visit my local National Weather Service page and watch my YouTube channel. But if you're talking about radar Omega, 100%. I think that yeah, there's some damage reports coming out of Ripley from that storm from earlier. All right, so the storm approaching Iuka is not looking as impressive. Like I said earlier, there was a potential for this to go outflow dominant, and you can see that this is kind of bowing out down here. So unless that curls around, it's going to be hard for this to try to produce a tornado. There's still some rotation here, and we still are under a tornado warning in Payton, Holcott, and Iuka, so we need to stay in our safe spots. But it's not looking like it's getting any worse. That's good news. This is from Colorado Springs, Colorado. We got Gigi and Will. Thanks for sending that in. We got a lot of people who are sending stuff in through the email. pics@ryanhallyall.com. So if you don't have Twitter, if you don't want to do that, you can always submit through that avenue as well. pics@ryanhallyall.com. PICS. All right, you guys knew it was coming. After taking that half-gallon swig of water earlier, it's time for a bathroom break. Andy, you got anything to say while I take a quick break here?
Yeah, Ryan, I could talk about some stuff.
Awesome. I'll be right back.
Okay, howdy y'all. Hope you're doing good this afternoon. We'll be monitoring this for quite a few hours more. I believe Birmingham Metro is expected to get this, or at least the beginnings of something around maybe 7, 8 p.m. your time, and perhaps through a little bit of the nighttime hours. We're not sure. I'm pretty sure the tornado threat, overall severe threat, begins to diminish rapidly as the evening or as the sun sets. So as the evening sets in. But that does not mean it's exclusive, of course. In addition to that, I'm watching a small area near Hot Coffee, Mississippi, to the east of Collins. That may be headed towards Soso and Summerland. There's a weak couplet there, so no tornado warning with that or any warning at all. But if something is issued for that area, including the northwest portion of Jones County and perhaps the southeast portion of Smith County, entering Jasper County, in that area in Mississippi, don't be surprised. Okay, so there's a little bit of a storm popping up there that may be wrapping up some. So possible outlook there for Soso and also Stringer. All right, and yes, I have been watching the chat. I know a ton of people are asking about Murfreesboro. I've been there before on a road trip. Now, Nashville's getting the pouring heavy rain that's passed through mostly in downtown. You're on the backside of that, but perhaps it's going to be heavy for a little longer. Some of that's going to head towards Murfreesboro, but honestly, what I'm seeing right now is you're going to get heavy rain. So expect that to start up soon. I don't know if you're going to see any cool clouds. If you do, and it's not lightninging out there constantly, then go ahead, take a pic of the cool clouds for us and send that on Twitter or wherever you can get to us. But I'm not expecting much besides heavy rain right now for Murfreesboro. Of course, as the line really approaches you and there's something interesting there, if there is, we'll let you know. So that's why we haven't necessarily talked about that area yet, because it looks like heavy rain. It doesn't look like as much of a flooding threat will go through this area of Tennessee as much as it is in Kentucky. Kentucky is really where we're looking at the flooding threat right now as we go into eastern Kentucky. So I'm expecting the line to pass through. You might get up to an inch of rain or so in Murfreesboro, maybe 3/4 of an inch as this heavy stuff passes through Nashville and eventually east along I-40 for friends in Cookeville later on today. Very cool. But yeah, beyond that, nothing too interesting to note. I'm not seeing many areas of rotation ramping up. The one south of Bassfield in Mississippi has kind of died out a little bit. The one I was watching near Hot Coffee is not really that prominent in Mississippi. And our tornado warning, current active tornado warning near Boonville, headed towards Iuka, is also not exhibiting to anything too impressive. But of course, you are in a tornado warning, so take us with you and your shoes and your pets to your safe spot as that expires. Perfect timing. So yeah, we'll be watching that as we go later today. You know, Birmingham is getting some rain, moderate rainfall right now. That's going to hamper the severe threat for you guys later down the line, but there is some time for the region to destabilize once again once that passes through. However, if I had to give you a forecast based on what I'm seeing right now, I'd say your severe threat may lessen a little bit where it's currently raining in Alabama. So if you're outside and it's raining in Birmingham, I think that is going to help prevent anything worse from happening. But it's not an end all be all. Okay, there's still a possibility. North Alabama, you guys are in a tornado watch right now. Same with Western Alabama too. That will include Birmingham. So you guys are still going to be in that tornado watch, but we're hoping then that rainfall occurring there, that stratiform rain, is going to prevent, a worse than average scenario from unfolding. Ooh, all right. So, yeah, once again, Murfreesboro, anywhere in that area, Chapel Hill and Nashville, you guys are just getting some heavy rain right now. I'm not seeing anything besides heavy rain. Maybe some wind gusts outside, but I did see someone in chat say that it was quiet as it was raining heavily out. There's just sheets of rain, not really any wind in Nashville. So if that wasn't true for you, there may have been some localized downdrafts that we're looking at. Anywhere further east down the line, Chattanooga, you guys are going to be in it much, much later at night. Like I said, after sundown, we're really losing that potency of severe weather potential. So Chattanooga, maybe, I don't know, like 10 p.m. ish, maybe 10 p.m. You might start seeing some heavier rain in that area. But again, that's well after sundown. I'm expecting temperatures to drop and our severe threat to wane accordingly. So if you're watching from Atlanta, you guys will get rain much later, maybe around midnight, and so I don't expect the severe potential to be much greater there. And the Storm Prediction Center is where I'm sourcing that information from. If you're curious, you can go to sbc.noaa.gov. Storm Prediction Center, and you'll see that Atlanta is in a marginal risk. It's the lowest risk, so maybe a little bit of a wind risk there as a stronger cell may pass through, but it's not going to do anything tornadic more than likely. Hope you guys are doing well in the winter storm region too. It does look like next week we're going to see some snow up north again. I'm in Minneapolis, in case you're curious. I'm in the Twin Cities metro area. And next week looks good for some more snow to fall for us. So I'll be keeping an eye on that. Ryan will be keeping an eye on that. And more than likely, we'll have 1 or 2 videos about that system next week. What do you think, Ryan?
Absolutely. Yes. It's happening. And we're going to have all kinds of videos coming up. I think that what we've been doing with the extra channel, if you guys didn't know, we have Ryan Hall Y'all Extra. I think that's awesome, and I think we're going to continue to do that. We're probably going to do 1 video a week or so on the main channel, kind of setting up, okay, like here's the patterns, like here's what's happening this week, and here's how it could affect you. And then on the extra channel, we're posting almost daily, really, with just like intermittent updates of like, okay, here's what's happening today, and here's a brief update on our overall synoptic situation. So we've got it down. We're working on getting it down to a science, to make you guys understand what the point of having 2 channels is, because we barely understand it ourselves. It just worked out with the way that YouTube's set up. Love the Supercell flip-flops. Not a lot of people have got these, but I think it's our best thing that we have. Still waiting on snow here in Demondale, Michigan. Maybe I need to bust out the flip-flops instead. Demondale. What am I thinking? What does that remind me of? Demondale. Isn't that from some sort of cartoon? I don't know. Anyways. If you're just now tuning in, this is live severe weather coverage. We currently have no tornado warnings. At one point earlier, we had 6. We have none right now. We do have a bunch of tornado watches. Everybody in the purple outline areas here is under a tornado watch. Birmingham is under a watch. Starkville, Huntsville, Meridian. All you guys are under a tornado watch. So we're watching this. Doug Dimmadome. That's what it was. Wasn't he from Dimmadale or something? Doug Dimmadome from Dimmadale, right? I don't. I don't know. Like Fairly Odd Parents. Okay, yeah, that makes sense. Anyway, we've got a lot of storms still happening down here, but they're just not like. Honestly, the models got the placement of the convection like right on, and even the intensity to some level. But like they're just not producing tornadoes as much as they could have, which is great news. Things could still change, though. This is going to last well into the evening. We're going to be here with you until at least 7 Eastern. Definitely, possibly even longer than that. But I'm just saying at least 7. We'll reevaluate the situation then and see if we're needed anymore. Otherwise, we're going to get to work on some videos. So make sure you're subscribed to the channel. Dimsdale. Okay. All right. Hey, Ryan, how's Indiana looking? Indiana is looking all right. There's not a whole lot going on right now, just some isolated rain showers. Most of the severe weather is to your south. Most of the heavy rain is to your south and east. Most of the snow is to your north and west. Indiana is in a little bit of a bubble right now, even though the storm technically is right on top of you. Like the big storm that's making all this happen is pretty close to you. But the cold air is coming down this way, warm air is coming up this way. Ryan, thanks for becoming a slight risker. Amy says, how's East Texas looking? I just got off work and I have no idea what's going on. East Texas is all right. There is a couple of storms down here in Southeast Texas near Beaumont. I think that's how you say it, in Jasper. But these are just regular garden variety thunderstorms. Nothing to worry about there. Fishing with Big Mike. Thanks for becoming a member. Welcome back. Corrupted. Thanks for becoming a slight risker. Oh, man. We missed the storms hitting Nashville through our camera. That's all right, though. It's still raining really heavily on the eastern side of Nashville, but once that rain calms down, for the most part, the severe weather threat is it's lessening for you. The chat goes nuts. Whenever, like, sometimes I'll look over and I'll see, like, oh, how's it doing in Kentucky? And I'll be like, oh, let's look at Kentucky. And, like, for an hour afterwards, everybody's like, how is it going to be on Elm Street in Park City, Alabama? And only on Elm Street. The weather 2 streets down, I know, is different. I wish that I could answer every single one of these questions. I really do. But the general gist of what's going on right now and what's getting ready to happen is we have a cold front. In this position right here, producing strong storms all up and down this line. And it's going to move east. If you're east of the line, they're still coming. If you're west of the line, you're fine. Go ahead, Andy.
Hey, Ryan. I was actually just talking about Soso while you were on your bathroom break. Soso, Mississippi, down south there, unwarned right now. Brett Adair is getting in position for this, and it has ramped up on rotation on velocity recently. So it turns out I had something going there. So Soso, I hope you guys listen to me a little bit, or you're able to. This is going to pass to the east of Stringer and head towards Interstate 59. Eventually, we've got both Bryce and Brett there, I think. So this is ramping up. I do have a spotter network report as well that I'm looking at that may indicate that there is a tornado ongoing with this cell that is unwarned. So something to look at for sure.
Okay, thank you very much. Meteorologist Andy Hill bringing our attention down here to Soso, Mississippi, north and west of Laurel. There you go. Big area of rotation here. It looks pretty impressive, honestly, on radar. And good news, we have storm chaser Brett Adair getting close to where he would actually be able to see it. So he's near Heidelberg, in between Heidelberg and Sandersville. If we can get Brett in the #1 spot, that would be useful. And we're going to watch his feed. And then we're also going to watch Bryce Shelton, who is also in the path of this thing as well. So let me come over here. We're going to skedaddle down to the south a little bit. Brett Adair, little locator dot right there. That's where the tornado could possibly be happening. Right near Soso. Once again, there's no warning for this. The National Weather Service has not issued a warning for this yet. And obviously I can't do that, so I can't tell you to run to shelter or anything, but definitely heads up. Y'all watch out there in Moss and Heidelberg. Ryan, thank you so much, man. Joshua Bearden, thank you. Officially 1 inch of snow near Madison. And there was no school today. It's not like when I was young. I let them enjoy it. Oh, wow. Is this from today? Sarah says lots of damage in Russell Springs, Kentucky. Power lines down all over town. Where is that? Okay, that would make sense. That would make sense. There's that powerful little squall line that's coming through could have definitely produced damage like this. I don't know if our team can verify this for me or not. But if that's the case, then we definitely we got to be weather aware here in Eastern Kentucky as this line continues to punch through. There's no more severe thunderstorm warnings associated with this, but I'm sure we've still got strong winds associated with this. No snow in Northeast Ohio, but we want to use our new Yolometer. I don't blame you. I want to use mine too. I got a bunch of them. Can't use them. Can you put Bryce Shelton in a box on the screen for me? We've got Bryce Shelton and Brett Adair on this storm. So we've got two different vantage points to look at it from here. So we're going to keep it up as we monitor it. Was that for me? What are you talking about? Oh, yeah, yeah. Send it. We're working on getting Carly her own microphone, by the way. And like, well, she has one, but it's a little weird because we're so close to each other. The audio's weird. I got it. This is another photo from Russell Springs, Kentucky, of some pretty significant wind damage out there. Yes, Brett and Brandon are over here on this storm to inspect it because of this. And Bryce. Still, I mean, it's not looking, you know, incredibly bad or anything, but we're watching it. Is one of the feeds that you have up a NOAA weather radio? Weather, okay, turn that one off. Yeah. Those just constantly go. Yeah, something that's not a weather radio. And you take Bryce's box down. Raining really hard in Murfreesboro, Tennessee. what you guys hear in the background is just different radio feeds and stuff that we're monitoring. And sometimes the way that it's set up, you guys can actually hear ones that we can't. So there was a weather radio playing, and it's not as I guess apparent whenever it's just the emergency management lines and stuff, because it's just intermittent communication. The Ace Hardware store roof in Brussels Springs, Kentucky got blown off. Looks like there was a rock slide on Highway 52 in Breathitt County, Kentucky, going towards Lee County. A little bit of a mud and rock slide here, probably blocking a road. I see road signs there. Brian Williams says, so far 4 inches in Pella, Iowa, 45 miles southeast of Des Moines, and it's still snowing. Whoa. Yeah, there you go. I don't know how, but you guys have made me sick. I didn't have the daggone sniffles yesterday. Looks like there's at least one storm chaser that was reporting a wall cloud on this storm near Moss earlier, but I think that's since dissipated. It's the lack of sleep. I actually slept okay last night. We got home at like 2:30 a.m. Slept till, I don't know, 8, something like that. A lot better than what I thought it was going to be. We thought we were going to be here till 5 a.m. and then sleep till 8. Okay, so the rotation on this is kind of letting up a little bit. So while we wait for a couple more frames of radar data to come in, I'm going to quickly go through the radar, the broad scale radar once again, just to give you an update on what's going on. And then let's take a look at the future forecast. Do you guys want to do that just for fun? First of all, we got showers and thunderstorms down here in Louisiana right now and East Texas. These are, some of them are a little bit stout, but these are for the most part a garden variety type thunderstorm. Once you get up here
new tornado warning has been
we got a new
issued.
tornado warning in Tennessee. We'll get to that right here in a second. Once you get up here into southern Mississippi and southern Alabama, the storms get a little bit stronger, and we're under a tornado watch in Jackson, Birmingham, Winona, Columbus, all the way up to Florence and Huntsville. And we are under a tornado watch in Tennessee as well. And in fact, we just got a tornado warning here, and let's go inspect it. Lawrenceburg, Tennessee is in this. There's a little radar site here. I don't think we're able to see anything from it. Very interesting. Anyways, Lawrenceburg, Tennessee is under a tornado warning. So is Etheridge, Jonestown, and Screamer. So please take shelter now. It's hard to tell exactly what's going on here. This is a little bit far away from the radar site. I wonder if this looks any better from Nashville. That's your rotation. It's going this way. It's going to go right by Lawrenceburg, go over Highway 43, Highway 43, and then up towards Screamer. So make sure you're taking shelter now if you are in Giles, Lawrence, or Maury County in Tennessee. Oh, and another new tornado warning.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Itawamba and Monroe counties in Mississippi. Go check it out. This is down here near Amory and Tremont. Whoa. That is a wild looking storm on reflectivity. Look at that. Talk about a storm curling up. That is the most apparent motion you'll ever see of a storm trying to go from being this linear storm to being a rotating supercell. And you can clearly see that we've got inflow trying to scream into the storm here. This is a rotating beast, really. But if we look at the velocity, it looks like a lot of that rotation is broad right now. We'll see if that kind of culminates to a point and becomes a tornado. But this is now a tornado warning for Smithville, Riggins, New Salem, and Cademy in Mississippi. That's Itawamba and Monroe counties in Mississippi. That is a very interesting radar loop right there. The storm that Brett Adair and Bryce Shelton are on is still not looking that great. But obviously Brett's got a live view of it above up my head there for us. So we're going to kind of focus on this tornado warning in Mississippi and the one in Tennessee. Also, big rock slide, major rock slide in Breathitt County. KY 52 in Breathitt County is blocked near mile marker 7 due to a massive rock slide. Definitely something something is trying to happen here. I would be definitely in my safe spot if I was in Smithville. Ooh. Yeah, this is crazy. Like this is very quickly turning into a tornadic storm with a very good view of that there. What are we looking at there, Andy? I'm going to pull this up and let you explain it.
Yeah, Ryan, this is the FWLX radar. It's a local radar in Lawrenceburg. It fills in this radar hole that we have in south central Tennessee a little bit here. Windstorms pass really close to it, and we have it is a velocity couplet when you zoom in close enough on the velocity. We can also see the debris signature. It's a little blip right outside, just barely visible on the correlation coefficient product there. So that is a noteworthy tornado debris signature confirmed. Also have several of several people on the analyst team in the Discord who are looking at that and confirming it as well. So that's all I have to say about that, is that there definitely could have been a tornado, or at least some strong winds circling here, perhaps a funnel that has kicked up some debris on the ground here. That's what I would say about this radar scan. It looks different from our terminal Dopplers because it is different. It's a local radar.
Awesome. Thank you, meteorologist Andy Hill. Going back to our storm that's coming up towards Smithville here. This is one of the more impressive signatures I've seen on radar all day, just from looking at velocity. I'm sorry, reflectivity. This is definitely a storm. It's a healthy storm. It's trying to organize. It's trying to produce a big rotating updraft here, and it's succeeding. That last little update there on the velocity shows that this thing is coming together, and it's coming together fast. If this trend continues, I mean, I just want you to look. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Like, so basically 5 frames. And yeah, there we go.
Information. This tornado warning.
Good call from the National Weather Service. We've got a confirmed tornado warning for Tennessee. That's for the Tennessee storm. So we'll visit this again. Guys, if you're in Smithville, pay attention to this. This is about to get serious. And then also, if we're in Tennessee, let's come up there. Let's see what's going on up there. And I think that's what Andy was just talking about with us there. So things are starting to pick up again. We have a confirmed tornado warning up here in Lawrenceburg, or near Lawrenceburg, Tennessee. Radar confirmed for Giles County, Lawrence County, and Maury County, Tennessee. And I think that this program, just the way that I'm looking at this, isn't able to see the right parts of this or something. But we can still look at it from this angle and see that we definitely have a lot of rotation over here. We also have a live camera in Etheridge, Tennessee. So this is a live camera from the Tennessee Valley Weather Authority, where we can see the storm as it moves in. And once again, we have a confirmed tornado out here. Radar confirmed tornado for Giles County, Tennessee. And this is the latest data that we have here. Somewhere right up and through here. This is a weird one. This is a live look at Lawrenceburg, Tennessee. I wonder if I can open multiple of these.
New information.
Okay, now
this tornado
we've got a
warning has been
confirmed tornado warning for Monroe County and Itawamba counties in Mississippi. I am going to go ahead and sound the siren here because it's important that we get everybody's attention back here and we start taking this very seriously because things are unfolding fast. We have a tornado in Tennessee. And I mean, just look at how strong the winds are here in, where was that? Sorry, Etheridge, Tennessee. And that's going to continue to be a problem. So if you're in Screamer, Etheridge, Scotts Mill, Waco, any of these places in Tennessee, please take shelter now as a very dangerous storm is on the way. Wow. Sorry, I just want to take a quick look at this. These are really strong winds. Even, if there isn't a tornado in there, which there probably is, this is going to cause some damage. And the crazy thing is there probably is a tornado in here somewhere, right? So you ain't going to see it. You got to get to shelter now. Because this is the kind of storm that you're not going to be able to, there could be a big tornado right back here and we'd never know because of these sheets of rain that are shielding it. Wow. Holy smokes. Yeah, this is a live look, guys, from Etheridge, Tennessee. We're looking at that in the Radar Omega app. Just white out conditions as this tornado warned storm moves through. And we do believe there is a confirmed tornado on the ground in this mess. Somewhere in all that. Jeez. All right, really quickly, let's go down and let's look at our Mississippi storm. Oh boy. Yeah, this one is also, holy smokes, this one's going nuts. We've got a huge CC drop, a big tornado debris signature here just to the west of Smithville, Mississippi. A large tornado is on the ground right now, just to the west of Smithville. Look at that, guys. Have you ever seen a more directly apparent view of tornado on radar? Wow. So we have two very serious situations ongoing here. I would say that the National Weather Service is probably going to upgrade this warning. We'll see what they do here in a second, but we do have a big tornado down here near Smithville. We got to run, not walk, okay, to shelter if we are in Smithville, Mississippi. Okay, let's go to Radar Omega and get a little bit more in depth with our town names here, because this is dangerous. This is a life-threatening situation. If you're in Smithville, the tornado is just now probably going over Highway 25 between New Salem and Smithville. Then it's going to go through Turon. Okay, it's going to parallel Highway 23 near Turon and Cademy. If you are in the path of this thing, you're in the path of a very dangerous, once again, life-threatening storm. I've never seen that, man. Like, this thing went from a little wimpy line of storms to a big shrimp in like a very short period of time. This is without a doubt a huge tornado on the ground right now, just to the north and west of Smithville. If you know anybody in Smithville or around there, please let them know. Okay, we got a report in too. Trained spotter reported tornado west of Smithville. Also, radar debris signature was present. Okay, so definitely right in there, we had a big tornado down. It looks like some of the most recent scans are letting up a little bit. That's good news, but we're not going to assume that that means that this is the end of this storm. All right. So as Smithville, stay in our safe spots. And then also all of Itawamba and Monroe counties, y'all need to be staying in your safe spots as well. We'll see what happens with this. If this kind of curled up section gets absorbed up into the storm, we might have a significant period of time where we have a break, and it'll try to recycle. But if this kind of inflow area here clears out, this might end up being a long track sucker that we have to watch. Now back to Tennessee. Back to Tennessee real quick, because we also have a confirmed tornado down here near Lawrenceburg. We just saw some really intense winds and rain move by Etheridge. And now that rotation is up here near Alexander Spring. So if you're in Jonestown, if you're in Screamer, Big Creek, Gibsonville, or any of these places, you are in the path of a confirmed tornado. Take shelter now. That's in Tennessee. And it looks like we are hearing about confirmed damage already, I think, from Lawrenceburg. Absolutely. That Lawrenceburg tornado was 100% rain wrapped. I've never seen such a quick evolution of a storm like this. Nothing. Beast. And then almost back to nothing. We are still seeing significant rotation here near Smithville. But I believe it has maybe occluded. We'll see what happens. I'm interested to see what happens with the southern part of the storm, or if this is just going to end up becoming a linear kind of system. But once again, because that happened, we know what could happen again with some of these storms that are following. We've got another, storm that looks seemingly harmless down here near Egypt and Aberdeen. We've got to watch it. And then also we've got all of these big storms that are going to move up towards Columbus and Fayette, and eventually towards Tuscaloosa and Birmingham. And obviously the atmosphere is primed up here for tornadoes. That one that just went to the west of Smithville, I believe, was a pretty big one. I've done caught myself a cold here live on stream. Y'all seen it happen. You've seen the slow deterioration of my health over the past 36 hours. I don't know what caused it. Anyways, Sorry, just looking at Twitter again. I don't know how big of a place Smithville is, but I was imagining that maybe we would have seen some pictures of this thing. Lawrenceburg now, the tornadic part of that storm has passed you, but I'm seeing a pretty concerning sign here for flash flooding. You're under the gun for a fire hose of moisture over the next hour or so. So if you live in a flood prone area, get ready for that. That big, nasty son of a gun that just went through Smithville just really kind of blew me away, man. And I'm interested to see what's going to happen with it now. Hopefully, it just fades off into oblivion. But definitely, we have to continue to watch these storms. This is not over yet. We also have to continue to watch these storms a little bit farther to the south. No signs of anything like really incredible happening yet, but that could change very quickly as these storms move into that more favorable environment. There's a peak time, and we saw this yesterday looking at the significant tornado parameter. While these storms are over the Mississippi-Alabama border here, that's when everything kind of peaks out. So definitely going to watch closely over the next hour or two. Yeah, we still have the radar confirmed tornado warning for Screamer, Tennessee. And buddy, this storm right here is just really intense. I don't know if you guys were watching while we had this feed pull up, but this was all white. You couldn't see anything. It was rain. It was just flying by at 50, 60 miles an hour, and it was just really intense. We don't know if the camera was in a tornado or if, well, it definitely wasn't. But like the general storm here is really intense, and that's going to be a problem for you all the way up there to Pikeville and Waco. Spring Hill, Tennessee, is also getting in on a pretty good storm there. John, thank you for the 5 gifted. Trace Ranger says, I'm on duty and patrolling just north of Smithville. Confirmed tornado via Itawamba Sheriff's Office. It appears to have lifted currently. Damage reported. Don't know the specifics yet. Okay, and there is a little bit of rotation on this storm over here by Spring Hill, by the way, in Tennessee. It's picking up too. It's still broad. It'll be interesting to see if the National Weather Service thinks this warrants a tornado warning, but it's got that curved look to it. So if it gets any more curved, we will possibly be seeing a new tornado situation over here between Spring Hill and Murfreesboro. Back down here to Mississippi, that storm, man, it's basically gone. The Smithville tornado storm just happened in like 3 seconds. Let me show you I want to watch the full progression of this. 21 frames, that should do it. What a interesting storm there. Just a regular little line of storms, then boom, big nadir, then boom, nothing. Go ahead, Andy.
Yeah, Ryan, if you bring that loop back up of the Smithville storm, I was actually going to tell you about it, but and then I had to take a quick break. But what I noted, I put it in the analyst chat, so you can check me on this much later. You can go back check my message history in the Discord. I noted a convergence signature. So if you look at the velocity um, relative to the radar, you'll see outbound winds headed straight into inbound winds like this. So it's creating literally rising air there. And more often than, well, more than once, more than twice at this point for this area near Amory and Bigby and Smithville, I've seen that same convergence signature. And then it results in the storm wrapping up and quickly producing just like that. So I wanted to tell you about that, but I was one frame away from doing it before I had to take a quick break and do something. So hopefully that is, hopefully that puts in your mind, a precursor to perhaps tornado genesis in the future. You keep an eye out for a signature like that.
Awesome. Thank you, meteorologist Andy Hill, who is once again always back there behind the scenes watching the radar, keeping up with everything that's going on. Honestly, this whole situation here has been really interesting to watch unfold. So hearing any input from Andy or anybody else involved is really awesome. Look at this too. Watch the velocity loop here. Look how quick everything happened. This is why it's so important that it's so important that like everybody stays weather aware, even like in situations where it feels like things are calming down. Before this happened, I believe we had like just that one other tornado warning. You guys kind of get the gist of what I'm trying to say here. Like this can happen in a blink of an eye. 30 minutes from now, we might be talking about a giant tornado going through your town. And like it might not even seem like that's even a possibility right now. If you're watching this and there's a storm coming or whatever. So just keep that in mind. Always be weather aware. Don't be scared, be prepared, and know what you're going to do when that warning comes through. Go ahead, Andy.
Yep, Brian. And in light of that, I will tell you about that Spring Hill storm you were just looking at. If on the Nashville radar, you look at the velocity and go up to, I don't know, tilt 3 or 4, 1.8 degrees, you can see that there is a tight mesocyclone there, rather intense, what led to our tornado warning much earlier when we were looking further west in Tennessee. It looks just the same to me. And that's going to head up towards the Smyrna, right? That's the odd one out. Smyrna and Smyrna. Okay,
Yeah.
so Smyrna is the one. Okay,
Yeah.
Smyrna in Tennessee and Murfreesboro. I know a lot of people are watching in Murfreesboro. I was talking about the heavy rain earlier. It does look like we've had a stronger storm root itself in this area and is now moving toward the area. So, like I said, we would tell you well ahead of time. That's not currently warned. So if that persists, you can. We'll give you a y'all watch out right now in that area in Rutherford County or Rutherford County. But yes, for now, unwarned. So we're watching out for you.
Awesome. Thank you, Andy. We're looking at the radar here, the velocity. And like Andy was talking about earlier, we had a tornado warning for a storm that was really far away from the radar. And the farther away you get from the radar, the higher up you're looking at the storm. And since this one's a little bit closer to the radar, we can actually just purposefully go look up higher in the storm. And if you guys remember what that velocity signature looked like when that tornado situation happened earlier back there in to the south and west, it looked very similar to this. So if the radar was farther away, essentially this is probably what it would look like. But we are able to see closer to the surface here. And this is what the rotation signature looks like right now. So we're not necessarily seeing an imminent tornado at this moment, but it is very likely that we see some of this come down, and we might have to deal with something in College Grove, Eagleville, and maybe even Murfreesboro down the line. I don't want to jump the gun here because a lot of things can change between now and then. But hey, we're watching it. We're paying attention. And we're going to keep you updated. There's a lot of activity here along this whole line. There's a lot of winds blowing around. There's a lot of winds changing in direction. There's a couple different areas where there might be some rotation. So we have to watch this very closely. And it's important to remember, too, that even if we don't get a tornado out of any part of this storm here, as it goes through Chapel Hill, Lewisburg, and Murfreesboro, it is going to pack a punch. Y'all remember the video that we just watched out of Lawrenceburg, or Etheridge, I think is what it's called. Yeah, Etheridge. That was outside of a tornado. That's a lot of what we're going to be dealing with out of this storm. So I would say that pretty soon we're also going to start to see severe thunderstorm warnings start to be issued with this, and tornado warnings. So the last scan of our rotation signature here does look a little bit more impressive as it gets closer and closer to College Grove. So get ready in Smyrna and Murfreesboro. We're watching it for you, and we'll come back to you when we need to. Oh, speaking of severe thunderstorm warnings, your boy he's got one. Not for him yet, but it's coming. Let's see here. The Y'all Broadcasting Studio is over here. And we have a really stout looking storm heading towards us. I don't know if it's going to survive. It's currently 57 degrees here, with a dew point of 59. But this is a strong cold front. All right. And we'll see. We'll see what happens. And we might send Carly out in it and just have her stand in the storm and report for us live. Not really. She seemed like she was ready to go, though. But anyways, the reason I point this out is, first of all, because I know that we have people in this neck of the woods that are watching. Hi, Mom. But also, y'all need to be ready for me to potentially lose internet or power. Make sure you have a backup way of getting warnings and stuff, because it'll probably be an hour or so, maybe a little bit longer than that before this gets here. But this could cut us off. I'm in rural boondock, son. So sometimes we have to deal with stuff like that. But in the meantime, we're going to keep you updated on what's going on down here in Tennessee and Mississippi. And it's a lot. A lot is happening right now. Lots of little areas of rotation that we have to really watch down here in Tennessee. You got to watch out for that. And of course, you got to watch out for this. The saving grace for us here might be the fact that this is such a messy storm mode that, there's so many outflow boundaries floating around. There's so many, so much cooler air like coming out of these storms, and like maybe everything gets disrupted. But these storms are trying really hard to take advantage of that favorable atmosphere and try to produce tornadoes. Let's go down to our storm that produced the brief Smithville tornado, and it's a shell of its old self. Still a tornado warning out here. But there's not a lot of rotation right now. So we'll continue to watch this and all of these storms as they continue to move off to the east. Yeah, I'm just looking at anything that looks like it's a telltale sign of what's to come. There's some of these new storms that are forming do have rotation in them right off the bat. I'm trying to get an idea of what's going to happen as these approach Tuscaloosa and Birmingham. but we'll keep checking in on them. Ember Dally, thank you so much for becoming a high risker. And yeah, I am looking through Twitter. If you guys find anything newsworthy that you want to tag me in, at Ryan Hall, y'all. If you want to follow me, at Ryan Hall, y'all. If you want to send me pictures and videos, at Ryan Hall, y'all on Twitter. I also have Facebook and Instagram and an email, pics@ryanhallyall.com, PICS at ryanhallyall.com. More information we get from you, the better. So follow me on all those platforms. But I like Twitter personally the best. That's just the easiest one to kind of work with in a live stream format. Here's some of that damage from Ripley, Mississippi from earlier. We watched that one unfold right before our eyes on radar. We can do a backup stream. I don't know what that entails. I don't know how I would set that up without ending this current stream. That's what I really don't want to do. I don't want to end this stream. Something that I should have taken care of before we started was getting that backup set up. Do we have Riley? We don't, do we? Soon? Will you, there's a cell phone over here. Will you put it on charge? And when we get Riley, I want you to tell him to walk you through setting up a live stream outside. Like all we have to do is put that on a little tripod and stream to our server, and then we can put it up on the screen. And I want to show there might be like a cool shelf cloud or something coming over the clouds. We've got a perfect view of the direction that this is coming in here from the weather house. One day we'll have our own weather tower and a sky cam and all that stuff, but we don't have it yet. Ryan, drink some water. Good idea. Right on, brother. You gotta stay hydrated. Let your boy hydrate. You know what I'm saying? Whew. All right. Now, because of that, I am going to have to do another quick bathroom break here. But I do want to update you on what's going on here in Tennessee. We still have this area of rotation. We have a couple more that we're watching. No tornado warnings or severe thunderstorm warnings yet out here. I expect that will change in the very near future, probably while I am taking my little break. Additionally, we have no tornado warnings now down here in Mississippi. That one has been allowed to expire. We're going to continue to watch those storms, though. And then we have a severe thunderstorm warning out here for portions of Kentucky, includes Jackson, Kentucky. And these storms have had a real history of producing damage, and it looks like they're falling apart. So maybe we won't even get hit by them here in my neck of the woods. But if we do, we're going to try to get a live stream up and show them coming in. Andy, can you take over for a little bit while I relieve myself?
Yes, Ryan, I'm good to go.
Thank you.
All right, guys. So yeah, those two areas of interest that I'm watching most closely are in west of Lewisburg, Tennessee, and of course heading over College Grove north of Eagleville, Tennessee. And that latter one is going to head towards Smyrna and Murfreesboro, right in between the two along Highway 41 and Interstate 24. So keep my eyes on that. But beyond that, guys, he just about covered everything so that I didn't have anything to talk about except the flooding. Now, what I have seen are reports of over 3.5 to 4 inches. That's pretty widespread so far today, and a lot of Tennessee, lots of or not Tennessee, sorry, Kentucky. Literally looking at the state, I say the wrong one. Anyways, 3.5 to 4 inches across a lot of Kentucky earlier today, and then some more rain fell on top of that. So, I mean, if you're south of Louisville, you could probably send a picture of that flooding. I bet it's pretty prominent there. Yeah, if you hear that noise while we're on this frame for some reason, that's the I forget what noise that is. I can't remember, but it may be like a merch store thing. If you buy something on shopryanhall.com, including a weather radar, or radio rather. If you could buy radars, that would be great. We could populate the skies here. Oh my goodness, I am on something else today. So how are you guys doing? It's been a while since we talked to you. Like, yeah, you're telling Ryan to take a hydrate break. I've got some strawberry lemonade here. So I look out for the audience just as much. So I hope you guys are all doing well too. Take care of yourselves, of course. New frame of data west of Lewisburg, Tennessee does look a little more concerning, while the storm near College Grove headed towards Murfreesboro and Smyrna looks a little less concerning to me. So this is a frame by frame analysis here with what I got to work with. No active tornado warnings, of course, and our one severe thunderstorm warning is going through eastern Kentucky right now towards Jackson, Kentucky. Been a long day. Yeah, I agree with that. Been a long day, but actually, last night I was falling asleep a little during the stream. You can only look at radar for so long before you're like, oh man, especially when it's late at night. Our original plan for last night was to be live from 7 p.m. to 4 a.m. Those were the hours we set aside for ourselves, and yeah, that gets to you, doesn't it? Even me, I'm a night owl, but I don't know. I couldn't stay awake for that one. Hardly. Had to take a little shut eye. Thankfully, not too much happened last night, so we're very thankful for that. Today was a little more active so far. If you're tuning in now and you missed some of the coverage earlier, we had a time in which we had 6 concurrent tornado warnings active. So they were all active at the same time. So, at any moment's notice, it can be a lot to keep up with. I have 3 radar screens open, like 2 in front of me here and another here, that I'm watching all at the same time and scrolling around on all of them, while also keeping track of multiple chats of people talking about storms on those 3 radar screens. Like, yeah, that's what we're doing in the backroom operations here. All right. So yeah, still watching that storm. I would not be surprised if Chapel Hill was included in a tornado warning shortly here from the National Weather Service. This does look like a slight area of concerning rotation. It doesn't look like a radar artifact to me. So I would call this rotation legit. For anyone in Chapel Hill in Tennessee, north of Lewisburg, I would say y'all watch out. Rover, and eventually southern Murfreesboro from this area of interest. You guys are once again looking at a potential storm passing through here that could be of some concern. Of course, we'll keep you updated on that with each frame of data that comes in. Yeah, 6. But our record from earlier last year was 14, I think, 14 simultaneous tornado warnings last year in which storm was that? I think it was November, one of the November tornado outbreaks that we had. So yeah, 6 I can handle. Yeah, definitely thinking that something is happening north and west of Lewisburg. So Chapel Hill, please. I would advise you to get in your tornado safe spots right now. We may see a warning soon for Marshall County, northwest bits of Bedford County, and then eventually into Rutherford County for southern Murfreesboro and Christiana. Christiana,
Huh?
yes, that's it. What do you think about that, Ryan?
I think that you're absolutely right. And I think that we are probably going to see a warning here soon. And we're obviously going to watch it. And yeah, give me just a second here to get everything back in line. And yeah, so all right, so here we are. We're looking at a storm between Columbia and Lewisburg, Tennessee, and we are watching it move off to the north and east. Once again, this is another one that could essentially at some point impact an area between Manchester and Murfreesboro. I know we have a ton of people watching in this zone. And we still got Andy up. Hi, Andy. But I know we got a lot of people watching in this zone. And I know I see you in the chat. Like people are constantly, what's going on in Murfreesboro? Well, you've got 2 storms coming towards you that are honestly, if these were isolated supercells, they would be producing huge tornadoes. The thing that's kind of, I think taming them down a little bit is just the constant influx of storm debris and crapvection that's coming on top of them. However, these are strong enough to where they're going to try to make it through that and produce something here. I think this one's going to try to near Lewisburg in Tennessee. So we're watching that closely, and we're also still watching the storm up here near Eagleville very closely as well. Now, if we have a brief second before we start getting tornado warnings here, we do have a reporter. Hey, Ryan here with some dark cloud. We have a reporter in Kentucky that's looking at the severe storm coming towards me, and I want to hear what he has to say. So let's do that real quick, and then we'll get back to Tennessee. This is the storm coming towards eastern Kentucky. Hey, Ryan here with some dark clouds behind me. I'm looking to the west. Once those dark clouds make it here, it's going to rain. The winds are going to blow 40, 50 miles per hour. It might even flood a little bit, okay? So I'm just watching these dark clouds, and I'll let you know when they get here, okay? I thought that we would see something a little bit more impressive when I walked out there, but I said, since I walked all the way out there, we got to do this. We got to do it. But that guy's good. That's a good reporter. We're going to use him more often. And but anyways, that is for the what you saw behind me. There was the severe warned storm that's back towards between Prestonsburg and Jackson, Kentucky. It is going to move towards us here over the next little bit. And then down here to our south in Tennessee, we are watching 2 areas of rotation between Lewisburg, Chapel Hill, and Murfreesboro. Watching kind of on the edge of our seats, waiting to see what's going to happen next. Every frame is incredibly important here, but so far, no warning from the National Weather Service. Let's go even farther south, shall we? First of all, up here in Mississippi, not seeing anything crazy, not seeing anything, that suggests that we're going to have tornado imminently here anywhere. I do think things get a little bit more interesting as we go south towards places like around Philadelphia. That storm right there might be something to watch at some point as it moves into that more favorable zone that we've been talking about. But right now, nothing's really going off down here, which is a very good sign. So We're going to watch this storm near Philadelphia, Mississippi. That's a strong storm even without a tornado, so make sure you're ready for it. What was loud? I hope that our warning system isn't loud again. Or was it reporter Ryan? It was probably that. Sorry. He won't be back for a while. Where's the one that we use for TikTok? Is it not there? It's somewhere around here. Yeah. But is Riley available right now? Okay. I was gonna say I wouldn't worry about it if he's not able to like talk to you. Oh, okay. Let it charge a little bit more and go ahead and look for the tripod. It's somewhere over there. Yep. That'll work. That's not it, but it will work. If you're just now tuning in, this is live severe weather coverage, and we got a new tornado warning.
A new tornado
The National Weather
warning
Service has issued a tornado warning for Bedford and Marshall counties in Tennessee. I'm going to guess it's for that storm right there. I'm pretty sure. Yeah, it's for the one near Lewisburg. So that's what we're dealing with. We now have an official severe tornado warning just north of Lewisburg, and it's going to include places like Chapel Hill. Can you bring it to me real quick? I'll unlock it. Oh, nice. Nice. So we might have a tornado developing here just to the north of Lewisburg. So I'm going to bring our other radar down here as well. All resources on Tennessee right now, as that's where things are happening. If there's a tornado happening right now, it's happening somewhere between South Berlin and Verona, and it's moving up towards Rich Creek. And then it's going to move up towards Wilhoit Mills. Where is Chris Hall, y'all? Man, these radar holes, dude. Chris Hall is right here. And he's in front of a storm with a little bit of rotation on it. Not a lot, but it looks very ominous on his live feed here. Let's get an update from him. Chris, we got you pulled up on YouTube. Tell us what you're seeing there. What's going on out there? You're right next to the border between Alabama and Tennessee. We're watching some tornado warning storms up to your north. Looks like those dynamics are kind of working like a zipper down this line. You might be next. What do you think?
Yeah, I pulled off here about 10 minutes ago. I'm actually in a dollar store parking lot north of Killen, I think was the name of this town. What's in front of me right now just looks like a scary looking cloud. I see nothing ominous, very little lightning. I figured this would be one of the last hopes to see something interesting before sunset, so we pulled off. But right now, that's just a scary looking cloud. I honestly thought the same exact thing where we're in a radar hole right here, but it's just a scary looking cloud.
All right. Well, there you go. You heard it there first. An official SLC there in just north of Florence, Alabama. That's going to be a strong storm, though, as it moves between Killen, Lexington, and Loretto. But not quite as strong as our storm over here near Lewisburg, which is tornado warned. The storm that's getting ready to move through Murfreesboro is still rotating. It's not got a warning on it. It's not very tight rotation. That's good news. Let's put Chris in the number one. Sorry. I know you're working on that. Charles, thanks for becoming a high risk member. Looks like the rotation in our storm here near Lewisburg has let up a little bit. So let's hope that trend continues. Same thing for the storm up here near Murfreesboro. It's still broad though. This is a big storm. The one that's getting ready to come through Murfreesboro, Tennessee, is definitely going to have some very strong winds, some very heavy rain, lots of lightning, and of course the risk for a tornado. Small risk right now, but still a risk. On Mound Road, east of Lake Lincoln in Lincoln County, a mobile home is flipped over and destroyed. The EMA director says 2 occupants were only slightly injured here. Wow. Wow. That's some pretty significant damage. Where is this? I know it's in Mississippi. Lincoln County, Mississippi. Yeah, but like, what is that? Was that Smithville? Oh, okay. It was an earlier storm. Okay. Another great example of why you don't want to be in a mobile home. You get tossed around way too easily. Just watching the loop here, trying to see the general flow of how everything's going. That the rotation in that storm has really let up. Now we're starting to see it kind of jump up down here near Cornersville. See what happens there. I'm gonna go check on my storm again. It is it's completely fallen apart. I'll tell you what. Are you figuring that out? Okay. Okay, you shouldn't. You shouldn't. You shouldn't. Yeah. What is your opinion on northern Alabama's risk of a tornado? It's honestly, it's pretty decent. You still have that, enhanced risk of severe weather. We still get a lot of storms to go, but it's not high. It's definitely not a high risk or anything like that. Ryan, what about Huntsville? What about Huntsville? Right now, Huntsville's in a weird spot. It's hard to tell. It's really hard to tell what's going to happen in Huntsville. It kind of looks like a lot of the exhaust from these storms that have happened down here are going to move over into Huntsville and probably not cause too much of a problem. But also, you've got sales like this that are trying to build up that could also make it up there as well. So it's too early to say. I don't know exactly what's going to happen, but this thing is rotating. This thing is rotating here as it forms in north central Alabama, just to the west of Birmingham. That is another, pretty interesting look at the radar. You can see that the upper level winds are blowing all that tops of the clouds this way. And then as more of the storm starts to form, as we get a stronger updraft towards the surface, you can see that you can just literally see it happen here. You can see it build out almost in 3D on a 2D slice of the storm, which is really, really interesting stuff. We'll see what happens if that continues to grow, that continues to become stronger. We might have to watch that for the potential for a tornado, just to be honest. All right, so the tornado warning up there in Tennessee has been allowed to expire. So now we are back to no tornado warnings, which is great. We do have a bunch of not severe thunderstorm warnings, but flash flood warnings. Give it to me. I'll try it out. I'll see if I need to log something in or something. I can't log in because I'm using it. Maybe I can log in on a different one. No, I can't. See if you can't just really quickly make an account. Go to sign up. There you go. Ryan yawned. Yeah, I am a little tired. I got decent, like 6-7 hours of sleep last night. But your boy has been going through a challenge here recently where we're doing me and another guy that works here at the weather house. We're doing very vigorous exercises every day, and that's just been killing me. And we did it before both streams over the past couple of days, so it's made me a little bit extra tired, but I'm good. Trying to get in shape for Nader season, you know what I'm saying? With as much time as I have to spend sitting here, every opportunity that you get to move, you got to take it. Carly, it might be too late. Did you get it going? Okay. Go ahead and get it set up, and then I'll run out there and I'll try to find a good place to put it, and we'll let Andy talk. And I'll hopefully, because I think it's just getting ready to rain. I don't want to leave it out there in the rain. I would tell that to Riley. There might be something wrong there. So me mentioning being tired brought up coffee in the chat, and somebody literally said, and I think they're being genuine, like, hey Ryan, I've got a good idea. You should sell coffee and call it Nader juice. That's a great idea. And we already do. It's on our website. It's very good coffee made by like some like coffee experts here in my neck of the woods who are just so passionate about it. If you're just now tuning in, there are no tornado warnings right now. That's why we are not. That's why there's no alarms, no sirens, no adrenaline, no intensity. Really, we have a lot of tornado watches. We have a lot of storms out there, but we don't even have any severe thunderstorm warnings. We've got a lot of thunderstorms. But that's it. That's about it. We're waiting to see if any more of these storms decide to try to produce a tornado here. And if they do, we will be the first to let you know. Okay. Go ahead and put it in the number 6 position, and I'll go set it up. And Andy, do you care to take over for just a little bit?
Good to go, Ryan.
All right, be right back.
Okay, y'all. He's actually pretty excited to do this too, because while he said the storm headed towards Pikeville in eastern Kentucky was falling apart, in actuality, there is an area in Floyd County, which borders Pike County, that has some pretty heavy rainfall. So there's a good chance that we'll see some heavy rainfall via his live cam that he's setting up on his phone. Do those iPhone 14s make for some great footage, by the way? That's the cheat code to storm chasing. Not that I'm going to encourage you guys go storm chasing, because you need to know what you're doing. Take some Skywarn spotter classes before you do such a thing, so you don't put yourself in danger. But if you have an iPhone 14 and you know what you're doing, well, you could get some of the best footage out there. I'll tell you what. That's the storm chasing cheat code that they don't want you to know about. Remember that. So yeah, I'm even seeing 60 decibel Z returns in our reflectivity here in Floyd County. And that sometimes is your threshold to see some small hail. And I don't know if there is small hail going on in this cell that's headed towards Pikeville. But I do know that that is at the very minimum extremely heavy rain in a localized area. I don't know if we could quite call it a downburst, but it certainly is going to run over this area that Ryan is setting up his camera in, if it holds fast. So if you like heavy rain and you haven't gotten any today, well, we may see some of that, because it's pretty impressive. I'll have to check on the lightning data in just a second here when I can look at my phone and I'm not distracted with y'all. I hope you've enjoyed the stream today. If you've been able to use it to your advantage to relay information, that would be fantastic. Please, I always like hearing that feedback. So if you did use this stream today at any point to, let someone who is in the risk area know that they've got something headed towards them, or for yourself or for your family, we always appreciate hearing feedback about that stuff. That's super important to us. I would say we're about 2/3 of the way done, if not a little bit more than that, with our risk today. If you remember, or you take a look at the Storm Prediction Center's website, you'll see that the enhanced risk, the level 3 out of 5 in orange, extends east to Birmingham. That includes Tuscaloosa, and down south a ways into, a little bit above south central Alabama. It does go pretty far to the south, though. So we still have storms that are going to track through those areas
on the chaser.
So that's what we're focused on. We're not quite done with the risk today, but I will say that as we get to sundown, that risk will dramatically fall off without sunlight keeping us warm at the surface. So that's the hope as we get into the nighttime hours, that this wanes quite dramatically. And that's what we're going to hold faith that happens for Birmingham. You got it set up, Ryan?
Yeah, we've got it set up.
Perfect.
See if we can't pull it up. Oh, yeah, there it is. Take Andy down. And you can see in the distance there, we do have a storm coming in. Very, pretty ominous or obvious shelf cloud coming in there with this storm. And we're going to be able to watch it roll all the way in. This is literally sitting on the front porch of the weather house there, looking over the Appalachian Mountains in eastern Kentucky. Also, we do have a new severe thunderstorm warning here. I don't know if this came up or not, but I do want to read that off, because that is something that's happened. We've got 1 1.25 inch hail, maybe, and 60-mile-an-hour winds. coming into places like Shelbyville and Pulaski in Tennessee. So make sure you guys are ready for that. Otherwise, it's just a bunch of, well, we've got a couple flash flood warnings over here behind this line of storms that's going through. And this one, the one that's getting ready to hit me here in Pikeville, actually looks like it is taking a last minute uptick right before it gets here. And we're going to be able to watch this come through. And yeah, hopefully we don't lose power. But even if we do, you guys know that you make sure you have some other way of getting weather warnings and stuff as this event is not over. We're going to continue to see the potential for tornadoes probably for the next little bit. Obviously, it is going to start to die down at some point. But severe thunderstorm warnings, flash flood warnings, all that kind of stuff is still going to be going on as we go through the evening. So make sure you have some alternative source to get those. I recommend, obviously, the National Weather Service, NOAA Weather Radio, something like that. But you can choose. Great view. Yeah. It's the perfect spot for a tower cam. We'll get one soon. And it will be available and visible in the Radar Omega app. Just looking through Twitter to see if there's anything new. This is a very awesome picture from Aaron in Omaha, Nebraska, with 6 yalls of snow. And that's like the cleanest laying snow I've ever seen. Like styrofoam. Go ahead, Andy.
Hey Brian, I was taking another look at that cell that's headed through Murfreesboro now. It's now past most of Murfreesboro, so it's on the northeast side and exiting to the north and east. So it is currently severe warned. I believe it's got a tornado possible tag on it. Yes, sure does. So that rotation was ramping up again. Happened to see it from the Huntsville, Alabama radar, then take a closer look at the Nashville radar. And yeah, it looks a little more concerning now. We've been watching it for a while, trying to see if that inflow would really jet up north and establish itself in this mesocyclone. And I think it's still trying to do that. So we'll keep a close eye on that one for you guys as it heads up towards Statesville, Watertown, and Alexandria, Tennessee.
Absolutely. And once again, I know there's so many people that are watching in Murfreesboro. The storm that that's going through right now is one that we've been watching for a while with rotation, and thank goodness it didn't maintain much of that as it went through Murfreesboro. But now, after exiting the town, it does look like it's trying to organize a little bit. You can almost see the shape of a supercell storm right in there, and we're going to watch it. We'll see what happens next. Definitely got a lot of inflow trying to come into the storm, and it's solid all the way up. You can look all the way up the storm, and it is rotating. So if you're in Statesville or Auburntown, like Andy said, or Watertown, let's make sure we're watching this one closely, and of course we will keep up with that for you as well. Happens fast. If it happens, it can happen fast. East Bristol, Wisconsin. Current snow accumulation still coming down. Kids are ready to sip some cocoa out of their Nader mugs. Look at this. They got Nader juice mugs and a Yala meter. That's awesome. Thanks for sending that in. Everybody that's dealing with a tornado or a flash flood or a severe thunderstorm warning right now is jealous of you, I believe. I would assume people would rather deal with a little bit of snow than that. I sure would. Here's a look outside of my front door here. Oh, it's raining hard. I'm gonna have to go get that. This is just a cell phone sitting outside here. It's getting rained on hard. So I'm gonna go get that real quick. I'll be right back.
Okay, best of luck, Ryan's cell phone. Hopefully it survives. Oh, they made those things waterproof now. Come on, it should take a little bit of a rainstorm. You know, you drop in the toilet, doesn't it survive? Come on now. I don't know what he's so worried about. You guys with me, right? Yeah. Yeah. Oh, I wanted to see the. We didn't get very much of a shelf cloud now, did we? Oh, well, that was definitely some good stream value. Anyways, I'm still watching this cell near Murfreesboro. I don't know what its problem is. It's been trying to establish this strong inflow. It's had all the help it needs for all this time. It looks great on reflectivity. It's got that classic hook echo shape to it. Looks like a nice supercell. It's embedded though. I think it's really just struggling with some stable air. You can see it's kind of, if you look right here, you can see it's kind of behind, it's in that red box. So you can see it's kind of behind a lot of all of the rain that's falling in front of it. So a lot of stable air is going to prevent it, that rain cooled air is going to prevent it from actually reaching the surface and touching down, as it's likely colder right at the surface than it is just above where the cloud base is. Or at least there is an area of very slowly cooling temps, which is not the instability that we need. So that's my thoughts on this. If you want a little glimpse of the science, I think it's just in the wrong spot to become a tornado producing supercell. But it is definitely still something to watch for sure, because we've got that severe thunderstorm warning on it from the National Weather Service, and it does have a tornado possible tag. Our saving grace for Statesville, Auburntown, Tennessee is that it is probably in more stable air. I'm thankful for that. I don't know how many confirmed tornadoes we've had today. I think we're up to like 3 or 4. I'll take a look at that on the Storm Prediction Center website here. So I think we've definitely had a few confirmed tornadoes. That we have 3 tornado reports, so I nailed that. Let's go. Keeping track. So definitely more than we had yesterday. I don't know if there was a single tornado confirmed yesterday. Take a look at that. There were no tornado reports yesterday, so we went live for a whole 5-hour stream yesterday without a single confirmed tornado, which was really nice. Unfortunately, we didn't get that luxury today, but so far I think we've done some really solid coverage. What do you think, Ryan?
Absolutely. Absolutely. I think we're doing great, and Andy, you've been great. I just think that I just wish it would snow. That's what we need now. We need to do at least one, like obviously it's snowing right now, and there's been a couple other severe weather, storm live streams where we've had like a secondary interest that was snow. But I want one good snowstorm, and that's like the whole stream is like we're talking about snow. And then we can get back into severe weather if we have to. This year, I do plan on going chasing. We plan on going out to the plains at least once or thrice. So that should be fun. Not taking the big monster truck this time. We're going to take something more reasonable, and we'll probably make sure that it's a risk day that mostly includes just empty fields. That's hard to do because normally they're big, but probably a day in May or April or June, somewhere between West Texas, Oklahoma, Kansas, Nebraska, maybe up into South Dakota or Iowa. I don't know if you guys can hear it or not, but it is pouring rain here. Still watching both of these storms down here near Murfreesboro, and Shelbyville that are trying their best to hurl up. The Shelbyville storm might be doing a little bit of a better job of that now, but the Murfreesboro storm is definitely something that we have to watch. And I keep calling it the Murfreesboro storm, but that's moved past y'all now. Over here near Shelby, you guys definitely need to be prepared for a very strong storm. This is going to have a huge gust of wind and some hail as it goes through Shelbyville here. And it's also going to try to start producing a tornado, I think. I don't know if it'll succeed. And that's kind of what we're waiting on here. Just to see what happens with those storms. It sure is a cold rain out there. Temperature is dropping. It's down to 56.1 now. What about Cookeville? What about Cookeville? Cookeville, you're still, like, obviously you're getting a lot of rain right now, I believe. You should be. You're going to get several rounds of thunderstorms before this is over for you. But I think the severe risk is kind of minimal. Really, once these two storms here either give up or dissipate or squall out, the majority of the tornadic problems that we've been having today are going to be over. Still going to be a severe weather threat and an isolated tornado threat throughout much of the rest of the evening, but things are down trending for sure. That storm that was trying to rotate and become a problem down here in Alabama has also kind of fallen apart. And I do think that we had enough submissions today, enough Yalameter submissions to do a giveaway. So everybody that sent in your snow reports, we're going to put you all in a pot, and we're going to randomly select one of you to win $1,000, son. And if you want to be a part of this next time, whenever we finally do that that snow stream, that big snowstorm stream, and you want to have a Yalameter too, you can get one over on our site, shopryanhall.com. And we'll do it every time it snows. We're going to do this until until I don't have anything left. Would you storm chase with Reed Timmer? Yes. What kind of question is that? Of course I would. Obviously, we've worked with Reed Timmer multiple times here on the channel, but the only time that I've actually ever met Reed in person was in Kansas when I went storm chasing last year. It was really awesome. Reed's a cool guy. Kimberly Cooley, thanks for gifting 5 memberships. John, thank you. And Catherine, thank you. 15 people got free memberships. Thanks to y'all. Deborah Carper, thank you for the very generous super chat. We are almost up to 2 inches of rain received for the day here at the Weather House. Ooh. So there is a video of the Smithville, Mississippi tornado. James Stanford. James Stanford took this, and I retweeted it on Twitter if you guys want to go look at it. But it's definitely, it's almost exactly what I imagined it would look like. Definitely a big tornado there as it briefly came together near Smithville. Oh, I didn't realize I wasn't showing it here. Game Stanford. So that's what caused the correlation coefficient drop. The tornado debris signature is that big bad boy right there near Smithville, Mississippi earlier. Hold on, I gotta get this where you guys can see it. Winkle Toes is her own goosometer. It's about 2 flippers deep. That's pretty good. How's Williamsburg, Kentucky looking? There's definitely a pretty big storm coming within the next hour or so. Going to rain really hard, thunder, lightning, all that good stuff. Like spinning Pats, thank you very much. Thank you, Hunter. Go ahead, Andy.
Yeah, Ryan, I think this the cell that's now past Murfreesboro now is nearing Auburn Town is finally worth relaying. I believe we've had a sort of the rear flank downdraft push forward and actually pinch off a bit of this inflow such that it could start to wrap up tightly. I believe this will be a brief spin up if it does produce something as a result. So Auburn Town, hope you are in imminent danger of this possibly producing a tornado. If it does get warned, I wouldn't be surprised. So y'all watch out for Auburn Town and Liberty. There's also that secondary weaker circulation to the north over Statesville, Tennessee. So that may be worth watching as well. But I'm most concerned about Auburn Town as that pinch of inflow has occurred and is now perhaps, exerting its last breath in this tornadic circulation.
All right, thank you, Andy. Auburn Town, y'all watch out. We're going to see what happens with this storm. And hopefully nothing. But if they do issue a warning, we're going to stick with it here. And we're going to relay all that information. If they don't, if this decides that it's going to squall out or something like that, we will probably start to wind down and end the stream. So I do want to really quickly do our y'all a meter winner. Okay, so if the team members can pick a winner and send it to me, I will reveal it, and it'll be really fun. I don't know how familiar you guys are with the SPC and like the text products. So whenever they issue a map like this, the enhanced risk, um, like, you know, you get the map, but there's also a lot you can learn from just reading the update here. So I would, if you're interested in weather, I would definitely highly recommend reading the convective outlooks and the area forecast discussions and stuff from the National Weather Service. Also, if you just want the information and you don't want to learn and you don't want to read all of this giant, huge, sloshing stack of text and kind of like some of the more technical terms, I don't know how many of you guys have heard of Chat GPT, but one of the things that you can do with it is actually tell it to convert a technical like SPC discussion or even like a tornado warning or anything like that into like more simplified terms, and it actually does a decent job. So like this whole big giant thing from the SPC today, I said turn this into a very simplified 10-point bulleted list, and it did it. It kind of picked out the most important parts. It got the gist across, and you can even ask it again to be like, okay, simpler, and it'll do it. So I don't know, just something interesting popped up on my browser. Figured I'd bring it up. Looks like Chris Hall's home might have actually received some water damage today from the flooding. So he's probably going to have to call it a night for the chase at least and start heading north. Of course, I'm sure he'll leave a stream up. You haven't covered Louisiana at all. That is not true. We definitely talked about Louisiana a couple of times today. But the fact of the matter is most of the stuff that we needed to talk about today was not happening in Louisiana. We got some garden variety showers and thunderstorms out here. We do have some heavier rain and some flash flooding happening around Baton Rouge up through Kentwood. But this will all continue to move out of here as we go through the evening. You haven't covered South Carolina at all either. Well, that's because it's like there's nothing happening out there. Though my motto is if your weather app can adequately tell you what's up about the weather, I'm probably just not going to be talking about you that day. It's always a good thing whenever I overlook your location, because usually that means that you're not in like the heaviest or the hardest hit area. You haven't covered Antarctica today. Okay, listen. It's well, oh my goodness, guys. According to my map, Antarctica has turned into a dry desert with sand. Isn't that what that looks like? It's not white. But yeah, nothing going on down here either. Oh boy. You haven't mentioned Arizona. Oh boy. You know, I know most of you are joking, but there's always somebody in the chat that's really mad that we hadn't talked about, I don't know, Montana today, even though there's nothing going on in Montana. We still got strong storms moving up towards Cookeville. The tornado threat is still going down. The area of rotation that we were looking at has dissipated a little bit. Cookeville, you're experiencing some really heavy rain right now. You've got a lot of winds and stuff like that. That's going to continue to happen for the next little bit. Watch out for flooding in this area too. I do think that this is going to continue to grow and be a problem for McMinnville in a little bit. This storm right here is probably going to be a problem for Fayetteville. But I don't know if it'll be a tornadic kind of problem. You know what I'm saying? Probably just going to be a heavy rain, some gusty winds kind of problem. Yeah, things are starting to wind down here for sure. Except for in Middle Tennessee, on the eastern side of that, moving into eastern Tennessee, we do have some severe weather out here. Definitely strong storms that we have to keep an eye on. But the tornado threat is drastically going down. And I'm looking at all this stuff once again through the Radar Omega app. I see it a million times a day in the chat. What weather app do you recommend? Guys, it's Radar Omega. The reason I use this is not because they're a partner with the channel or anything like that. I used them long before that. It's because it's actually the best way to view this stuff and especially to show it to y'all. And you can have it too on your iPhone, your Android device, whatever. Link in the description. Radar Omega. The coolest thing about this is you can click on Brad Arnold's face. You can see.
I mean, even tornadoes that I've felt
what
this
he's
year
doing.
are underachieving.
You can see the temperature where he is. You can see all that stuff. You can do that for pretty much all of our storm chasers that work with us on a regular basis. You can also look at stationary tower cams in and around where you live, built into the app. It's so customizable. It's awesome. It does cost money. It's like $9. $9 in the App Store. But hey, listen, it's a one-time purchase, and sometimes good things cost money. You don't have to buy it. But that's my recommendation. Ooh, Knoxville's got one now. Oops. Okay, let's obviously I'm getting a little tired. So we need to pick up the mood a little bit here and pick our winner for the awesome giveaway. Carly, party lines. Is this gonna? Oh, it is gonna work. Awesome, guys. Once again, I'm super appreciative of everybody who has went to our site and got a y'all-o meter. I'm sorry we haven't been able to use them this year. We're trying to squeeze these things into our severe weather coverage, but we did have a bunch of people send in snow measurements today with their y'all meter devices and several other devices, and we are now going to pick one of you to win $1,000. When in history have you watched the weather and then got $1,000 for it? Son, we're changing the game. All right. So here we go. Let's get pumped up for it. If you want to see me detail the name and who this person is that won, let me know in the chat. I've got to see some enthusiasm in the chat. I've got to see some enthusiasm of the chat. The point of this is to increase morale. Okay, we just had a long day, a stressful day of watching tornadoes. Let's chill out a minute and let's get excited. I gotta see the chat go extremely fast. It's gotta go, go, go. It's not going. It's not go, go, going. There it goes. Seriously, thanks to everybody who's got one of these. It's still probably going to snow in March, so if you want to be a part of this next time, make sure you go get one. ShopRyanHall.com. Keeps us from It just keeps us going. Thank goodness we haven't had to use it, but we do have a lot set aside for the Y'all Squad relief stuff. So the next time that we need to, we will be able to, and it's partially thanks to you guys that are measuring your snow with this big fancy stick. All right, here we go. We've got it. The chat is excited. I don't have a drum roll sound effect, but I'm just going to go. And 3, 2, 1. Mandy Morby at Mandy Morby in Bristol, Wisconsin is the winner of today's contest. Everybody say congratulations. Congratulations. You have won 1,000 buckaroos just for sending in your Yalameter picture there. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to follow you, follow me back, and let's DM. Let's DM about it. You can also follow our shop account, and they can message you as well. And it'll be a good time. I really enjoyed the party lights. That was very nice. Congratulations. Yeah. So reach out to us. We'll send you 1,000 bucks. Last time the person reached out, very fast. And we actually sent them the money on the stream, which was super fun. I don't know if we'll be able to do that again today or not. We got to give them time to calm down. They're freaking out right now. We measured snow, and we got 1,000 bucks. Hey, who's this? Oh, Splatter Brown's been an extreme risker for 22 months. Up, dude, been in the Discord all day. You guys are working. You guys are working hard today. Us truckers appreciate it. We appreciate you. Kyle says, chilling on Radar Omega. It's awesome. Well worth it. Thank you, Ryan, for what you do. Might have James Spann here, but you a close second. Well, that is an awesome compliment. Thank you. I love James Spann. Broadway says, enjoying the streams over here in the UK. We need a mudometer for the folks in the South. We're working on it. The Ryan Hall, y'all scientists are working on a mudometer for y'all. And a rain gauge. I know everybody wants a rain gauge, but I just don't want to do, I want it to be extra. You know, I want it to be like the y'all meters are just cool. I don't want to have a normal rain gauge. So we're trying to figure out how to make a really obnoxious rain gauge. And we're going to figure it out. Futurecast, good idea. Good idea. Before we wrap it up here, let's look at the future radar. That way we can let everybody know what's happening, what's getting ready to happen, all that good stuff. So, as far as severe weather goes, let's do this. What time is it? Let's start at 7. Let's actually start at 8. Okay. 9. All right. So this is what the radar could look like around 9 p.m. tonight, Eastern, 8 Central. We're still going to have some of these lingering storms back here between Nashville and Knoxville. We're still going to have some strong storms that had just moved through Birmingham. And maybe even a couple more storms that might have the very slightest chance of rotating down here between places like Jackson, Alabama, Linden, Alabama, and Montgomery, Alabama. But the tornado threat, once again, by this point, will be extremely low. Let's go forward even farther. 12 a.m., midnight. Look at this, guys. We're still seeing heavy rain between Nashville and Knoxville up here in the eastern Kentucky. This is going to cause more problems with flash flooding. And we're going to see these storms continue to move off to the east. strong winds, possibly moving through Charleston, down through Knoxville by 3 a.m. And a lot of this stuff down here might bring some scattered winds and some hail, but for the most part, we are below severe limits at this point. Same thing as the storms move through the Carolinas into the southeastern U.S., the Virginias, all the way up into the mid-Atlantic. Nothing severe here, just your regular burst of wind and heavy downpour. And then you'll notice something really interesting. Okay, so this is at tomorrow at 9 a.m. We're going to see this really be out of our hair by 2 p.m. tomorrow for most of us. There's going to be maybe a quick hitting line of storms that produce some gusty winds in New York, Providence, Boston between 1 and 3 p.m. tomorrow. But then what is all this stringy stuff over here? Well, let me flip over to the precipitation type. And you'll notice something really interesting here. All of this is blue. That's right. It's going to be snowing tomorrow. It's going to be snowing tomorrow. Watch this. Boom. Rain, tornadoes, severe weather, snow. And that's going to happen fast. Temperatures are going to drop very fast here behind this cold front. And, let's say 1 p.m. tomorrow, we're going to have actually a lot of snow squalls to deal with here in East Kentucky, Tennessee, up into Ohio. We're going to see snow down in the Smoky Mountains. We're going to see snow around Nashville. We're going to see snow in Huntsville, Alabama. We might see snow as far south as Birmingham, Alabama, but it's going to be scattered. It's going to be scattered. We're not expecting any major accumulation out of this, but there might be a couple areas that pick up on a quick inch or so as these really intense snow downpours are going to happen in a very quick time period. So that's the short term. Okay, let me zoom out here so everybody can see all the locations. Of course, we're going to continue to see that snow up north move through Michigan tonight, up into Canada, and then eventually into northern Maine, Vermont, New Hampshire. But for the most part, the vast majority of the Northeast is all rain from this. And then we're going to be pretty quiet tomorrow. Other than the scattered snow showers, we're going to be pretty quiet across the majority of the U.S. Do you guys want to look even farther than that? You want to look down the road a little bit to see what might happen later in the week or later into the weekend, next week even. Let's start off. Actually, let's just look at the Euro just to give us a general idea of what's going on here. All right, so time and dates up there above my head. Thursday, 10 p.m. tonight. The green and stuff is rain. Okay. The pink's mixed precipitation, maybe ice, sleet. And then blue is snow. Watch what happens here as I push this forward. Once again, things calm down significantly as we go towards the weekend. Here we are at Saturday, 4 p.m. We've got mostly zonal flow across the U.S. We've got high pressure in the southeast. We've got warm temperatures recovering back up into the central and southeastern U.S. It's still pretty cold in the northeast, but there is a little bit of a disturbance up here in north of the Rockies. What's going to happen with that? Not a lot, really. According to this model run right here, we might see a little bit of a series of clippers that try to come down into the Great Lakes region as we go through Tuesday and in Wednesday. And then a little bit of a bigger system tries to get its act together around Wednesday, February 22nd. And this is the one that Andy was talking about earlier with maybe another good shot of some snow up here in Minnesota, northern Wisconsin, up into the UP of Michigan. We've definitely got to watch this storm as we go forward because that looks like a pretty big storm. Might even cause some problems down here with thunderstorms too. We got to watch that as we go forward. And then once we get past this, it really becomes a little iffy as to whether or not we should trust it. Because the farther out you go, the less accurate it gets. But, really that's the most interesting
Ryan,
thing.
Brad, just letting you know, we're northeast of Jasper. Circulation is tightening on a quickly intensifying storm. You may want to check it out. People in Coleman need to be aware of this storm. It's ramping up pretty quick.
All right, let's go check on this real quick. Brad Arnold taking our attention to a storm near Coleman, Alabama. Okay, I see what he's talking about here. Let's inspect this on a couple different radar sites. Once again, that was you just heard Storm Chaser Brad Arnold come through and say that he's on this storm just to the south and west of Dodge City and Coleman in Alabama, and he's noticing that it's starting to rotate and starting to pick up some steam, and we should probably take a look at it. And I agree, definitely seeing the inflow here. You see that the storm is rotating somewhere around Burroughs Crossroads. We do have a developing meso. How much is it going to develop? How strong is it going to get? Is it going to produce a couplet? Are we going to see a tornado come out of this? I cannot tell you that. But we do have a storm chaser on it. He's got eyes on it. Let's put Brad back in the number one spot. And we've got a radar on it. And of course, Andy's watching it in the background. So if we need to come down here and do an emergency update on this, you know we're going to do it. But yeah, watch out there in Coleman. As this is definitely a sail. Like this is trying to do the thing. Will it be able to before all of this crap vection gets to it? I don't know. Let's hope not. Now, really briefly, let's go back and finish up our forecast here. Once again, this is the most interesting thing that I'm seeing in the medium range. So that's probably what our next video will be about, unless something else pops up. But hey, enjoy the calm weather. Not necessarily nice for everybody, but the calm weather for the next. I mean, really, unless you're in the Pacific Northwest, the next 5 days or so look all right. Yeah, so we're watching this storm here in Alabama closely. We're going to see what happens here. If we start to see these greens becoming lighter and these reds becoming brighter, and we start to see them kiss each other, if we start to see a couplet form, that's when we'll be like, okay, all right, we might need to really watch this. But if we continue to see this kind of loose like area of rotation where we've got these separated pockets, obviously it's something that we have to watch, but it's not as imminent of a problem. It was a really good call out from Brad. You can definitely see the expanding wind field. You can see the storm overall is getting stronger here, and it's trying to open up. This is what the skies looked like in Monticello, Kentucky earlier today. Andy, what are your thoughts on this storm?
You're talking about the one that Brad Arnold's going toward.
Yeah.
Uh, my initial impressions are that it's not super impressive, but it's like the only thing we've got to look at as of now. Um, I don't know. It seems rather steady state. I was actually kind of surprised when Brad called it out, but I think he's looking for one last thing to, grasp onto for today. Storm chasers will get a little giddy. But no shade to Brad though. I respect his call outs, of course.
Absolutely. All right. I tend to kind of agree, but also, um, as we know, Brad Arnold is the tornado whisperer, and he can sniff them out better than just about anybody I know. So we are going to stick with this one just a little while longer while we watch its evolution, and we'll watch it hit Brad, see what happens, see what it looks like whenever it gets closer to him, and then if we don't have any further developments there, then we'll probably call it a night. But I'm going to stick with this one for a little while longer. Should we be nervous in McMinnville, Tennessee? Which Mick is that? McMinnville. Oh, I see. Should you be nervous? No. Should you be ready for a pretty strong storm, especially if you're on the southern side of town? Yes. I think that's actually probably some really intense winds coming through here near Morrison. You'll see this continue to come through Lawson Mill up towards Smyrna. But the tornado threat here is, I believe, for the time being, not exponentially high. It's not, zero. But yeah, just get ready for pretty much a severe thunderstorm. Hey, Brad, we're keeping an eye on it. Are you seeing anything yet? I know it's getting dark out there, but just what are you noticing? Windy says, Ryan, for your rain gauge, you should make it solar powered and make it light up at night. See, that's what I'm talking about. That's the kind of extraness that I need in my rain gauge. Otherwise, I can just go to Lowe's or Home Depot and get a regular old plastic tube. You know what I'm saying? How's Ohio going tonight? Perfectly fine. The convection to the south that caused all the flooding in Kentucky completely stole the the instability that was supposed to be up there for y'all to get big storms. So y'all dodged a bullet up there in Ohio today. Wow. The view over the storm system east of Memphis this afternoon. Photos from David White. That is that's cool. Kelly2334, thanks for upgrading your membership. Really appreciate it. Yeah, I haven't heard from our winner. Speaking of members, we should be doing a State of the Y'all soon. Some other members of the team are going to come down here to the Y'all HQ, and we're going to go around to where we make nader beans and where the Y'all meters are made. And Chandra's going to take us around and do some fun behind the scenes stuff. It doesn't really have a lot to do with weather. It's just kind of like what goes on around here. So that'll be like a members only thing, a cool little perk, because we don't do a lot of those. I feel like we should be doing something. So we're going to start doing those, I think, monthly. So hopefully everybody that got gifted a membership today, you guys will be able to be a part of that. And everybody else that is a member. All right, so the storm that Brad's on does look less and less impressive. Now it's building up some stronger winds out in front of it. There is a severe thunderstorm warning for it now. There is an area of rotation here that we do have to watch, but I'm not necessarily convinced. How does one view the State of the Y'all? It's a live stream, so we go live, but it's just for members only. And like I promise y'all this right now, I will never in a million years ever do weather coverage like this behind a paywall. Never. And I plan on doing this for the majority of the rest of my life. I love it. And if you ever catch me saying like, "Hey guys, just give $5 and you can watch me do the weather," slap me, cancel me, never watch me again. I hate that. But we have all these people who are voluntarily becoming members. So we are trying to do some interactive fun content with members only, exclusive to the members, and that's how you can view the members, the State of the Y'all, which is just a behind the scenes fun blog, like kind of talk with some of the employees behind the scenes and some of the partners that we work with, and just kind of an update of like what's going on. How are we moving forward? How are we making the things better? So yeah, should be very, very fun, very cool. Puffed says, if you start grifting, I'm out of here. I 100%. You should. No paid weather ever. Yeah, if you haven't yet, everybody please hit the like button just like you would on a normal YouTube video. It just helps. It helps the channel out. Oops. Move the camera too far. It's a little finicky. It's a little. There we go. Oh. Don't bug me if it's not centered. There we go. There we go. Boom. Does the faceless, nameless person at the bottom right hand of the screen ever turn around and smile? We have named her multiple times. That's Carly. She helps push buttons so that I have to push less buttons. And a lot of other things here at the Weather House, but specifically during the live streams, she pushes a lot of buttons. Thank you forever. Feel better. I actually do. I already feel better. Like I think I was trying to get a cold, but I said no. Said no, and it went away. Hoosier Traveler. Well, thanks for becoming an extreme risker. Appreciate you. Andy, you got any summarizing thoughts? Anything you want to bring up here to end it off? Do you want to have a conversation? What's up?
A conversation, huh? Closing thoughts, no, but I am interested in showing off to the chat our total snowfall, maybe from the winter storms so far. I can try to find resources for that. I have one for Iowa here, real quick, while I'm looking at it. But I'm sure there are more snowfall reports for like Wisconsin and so forth that we could bring up and look at. Because yeah, you were right. There's some areas that got 7, 8 inches of snow from this system so far, and I think quite a bit more in Omaha, Nebraska, as well in some spots. So again, we were focusing on that northern edge of the storm earlier today before we got overrun by some tornado coverage that we needed to do. But yeah, beyond that and the flooding, I think the flooding was a little more intense than probably expected since we had that slight risk from the Weather Prediction Center. But yeah, beyond that, I think that today went relatively as planned. Thankfully, also a little bit on the lower end of the possible outcomes that could have been realized with this environment we had in place. Conversation wise, though, your questions would be perfect to start that off if the chat doesn't have anything. If you really feel like it,
It doesn't matter to me. But I'm honestly just kind of waiting around here. See, like let's pretend that we just ended the stream 5 minutes ago, and we get that something that happens right after we end the stream, and it's almost inevitable. I'm trying to pump fake the weather right now. So like, well, I keep adding a little bit of time to see if that's going to happen. But as far as the conversation goes, I don't have anything right now. Maybe we should just save it for the state of the y'all.
It's a good idea.
Are you thinking of quitting the live? Yeah, I think we're going to wrap it up. I think that the severe weather threat is coming down significantly. Obviously, there will continue to be some severe thunderstorm warnings and maybe even a tornado warning or two throughout the rest of the night. But the closer that these storms get to the Appalachian Mountains, and the closer that these storms get to making it past Birmingham and Hattiesburg, the less likely it is that we see any sort of extreme severe weather. So flash flooding is going to be a problem all night, I think. So we got to watch out for that. And then we also have to watch out for different things like maybe some isolated, damaging wind instances and stuff like that. But for the most part, things are wrapping up here. Let's look at the latest HRRR. One last time, just run it through. I actually just personally want to see what's being said here. So like it's very consistent that, once this line comes through, it's not going to be over. We're going to see a secondary area of moisture kind of come up straight up this channel and bring a lot more rain into places like eastern Tennessee and eastern Kentucky and southern Ohio and West Virginia. 2 a.m. tonight, still going to be raining hard. So I am once again going to end the stream by saying that, hey, the tornado risk was elevated today, and we did have some tornadoes. Thankfully, it was less than what it could have been. But now the real threat tonight is going to be flash flooding. So if you live in a flood-prone area, make sure you have a way of getting warnings, and just know that in a lot of these situations, the flooding is what's actually the most dangerous. So don't let your guard down. Make sure you have some way of getting warnings. Make sure you have Radar Omega so that you can watch the storms come in even without me, and look at the total rainfall and look at the live cams and keep up with the warnings and all that stuff. And you can get that with the link in the description. And that's it. I mean, that's it, son. I've really enjoyed hanging out with you guys over the past couple of days. This has been fun. I can actually say that we haven't had a series of live streams where I could say that it was fun, because usually it's useful. It's great. I love doing it. It's fulfilling. I feel like it's helping people. But it's also, a lot of times very stressful and sometimes even depressing whenever, a big tornado goes through a town or something. So we made it through this one all right, y'all. But remember, it is just February. March, April, and May are coming up, and there are going to be a bunch of severe weather outbreaks. There's going to be inevitably a bunch of tornadoes. There's going to be more derechos, squall lines, flash flooding events. And I, myself, Andy, Farley, and everybody else involved with this, the Storm Chasers, we're all going to be here for you every time that we need to be. So please subscribe to the channel and turn notifications on. All right. That's it, y'all. I'm going to shut her down as soon as I find something real quick. Hold on. All right. shutting her down. Thank y'all. We'll see you soon in a video.